the guy entertaining. I think he's pretty good at doing a show, even though I disagree with probably every bit of political blood that runs through him. But he was one of the locals that was saying, oh, there's nothing out there. There's no gang members. It's just a couple people. He downplayed it just like everybody. That drives me crazy. And then that's what people hear in Colorado. They hear this really didn't happen. I mean, this is nuts. It's absolutely nuts. Go ahead, Doc.
I'm just saying, it's just progressive bias towards the news.
Yeah, it is. It's crazy. 303 Martino, you've got any comments on the non-existent gangs right here in Colorado that apparently, were torturing people? Pulling off fingernails is absolutely insane. And then I think the other ones were stabbed. They were all kidnapped. And here we are again. Now, I did listen to Kyle Clark last night. I watched it. And he basically told the story. He, of course, didn't talk about the last time he talked about it where, nothing was going on. It was all overblown, and it was just a handful of people. But now we're talking a lot of people, kidnapping, torture. What else needs to happen here? Frank Duran, real quick, then we're going to go to Rick. By the way, we got some lines open. I digress. 303-713-8255. That's the phone number, 303 Martino. I get so worked up over this stuff. I need to start calming down a little. In fact, Frank, I'll tell you what got me worked up a little in the last few days. You were helping me with some negotiations. Right. Suzanne and I were in Nebraska. Talk about a small town, my God. Scotts Bluff. Trying to find a rental there, trying to find some property to buy. So we found a couple duplexes. I never heard back from them.
Wow.
Can you believe that? I made an offer. I literally made a cash offer on two duplexes, probably about 20% less. I'm trying to do the math here. About 20% less than what they were asking. Yeah. Nothing moves there. I mean, it's really crazy. I even reached out to one of our experts when it comes to investments in property, Barry, over at Vestera. And he said there's really no economy there. It's a very small town. When you go to sell, it's going to be hard. But what I couldn't believe is I didn't even get a phone call. Yeah. That's the part that's nuts.
Well, Mark, it always amazes me when I call certain towns. It's almost like this laid-back town of Mayberry.
This is like
they just
smaller.
don't care. They just don't care. They're so relaxed, and there's no urgency whatsoever. And that's unfortunate.
The town, actually, I found the people there pretty nice, but it is a very small town, man. Their industry, it's going to be one of these towns where Walmart is probably, if not the largest employer, maybe the second, but there's a big hospital. But the hospital, hey, Doc, what is this? So we were out there helping our son find a place because he's in retail and he's moving there, and he said, can you go out? I can't find anything online. And sure enough, there was almost nothing online. But when we did find him a nice apartment finally, 90% of the people in the complex are short-term doctors and nurses that go through that hospital. Why would people constantly come and go to a certain hospital for a short amount of time? I don't understand.
Because they get paid well. They do what's called locum tenens. So locum tenens is when you go in and you provide services for a hospital or a town or a practice that needs your help. So in other words, let's say
because no one wants to live there long term.
Right. Or else, let's say there was an OBGYN that was in the town and wanted to go on a vacation for 2 or 3 weeks.
You got to bring somebody in.
Call somebody through locum tenens. The organization that supplies that pays really well, and so you do it for 2 or 3 weeks.
I got you. That's interesting. So they have the hospital, they have, of course, the Walmart, and this Walmart's so busy it's nuts. It must pull from every small farming community. It's bigger footprint than anything in Colorado, including DIA, Aurora, everything. It's massive. It's just crazy. And then other than that, there's a big sugar factory, which I never even thought of that. It looks like a big cement thing outside. 303-713-8255. Hey, Rick, what is going on here? It says we didn't assign somebody. Get me up to speed, man. I just got back in town.
You talking to me, Rick?
I'm talking to you, Rick.
Yes, sir. I was attempting to retrieve a security video at a business I did business with last Wednesday. where, the mechanic had broke my steering column, and I just wanted to retrieve the video because he did it right in the yard right there. He didn't pull it in the garage or nothing.
Well, I've got a couple quick questions here. I assume you've asked for the video, right?
No, I haven't. I know.
Well, why wouldn't you, Rick, for the life of me, explain to me why you simply wouldn't ask? I assume they're saying they didn't break it. It was already broken. I mean, give me a little more. Why do you even want the video?
To show my points of how my steering column got broke.
Okay. And you think what would show on the video? The guy took a sledgehammer to it? What happened to it? What's wrong with it?
Well, he turned it all the way to the right, which, of course, to do some work on a right front marker light.
Yeah.
Which is totally, not, I had the left one done a year ago. They put it on the lift, did it in 5 minutes. Okay, come back, the right one's out. He turns the wheel, pops it. Yeah, if I had the video, it would self-explain everything.
It would self-explain that they did something wrong and actually broke the column?
It would show exactly.
Now, you said before it took 5 minutes, so someone else worked on it before. What was wrong with it then?
I didn't say. I said I came in a year earlier.
Yeah.
Had the left side marker done. It took 5 minutes. You put the mechanic at the same shop, not the same mechanic, but the same shop, did it in 5 minutes.
So when you went to pick it up and it was messed up, what are they saying?
I'm sitting right there watching him do it. I didn't go anywhere to come back and pick it up. I'm sitting there. And I go and I pay for the labor that he charged me for the light, $40. Okay, I go, get in the car, the motor won't turn on, nothing. The steering column is free. It turns freely. Okay, it's a 2011 automobile. All
right, hold on, Rick. I'm starting to understand, and you were there the whole time. Actually, I do want to get Kevin on, Kelly. 303-713-8255. We got a couple lines open. You've been ripped off, taken advantage of. You got a scam to tell us about. You get the idea. Everybody hang tight.
Hi, it's Dave Logan. I've been a patient at Stan Brick Dental Group for 8 years and have absolutely loved them. They offer incredible general, dental, and specialty care. With 9 convenient locations across Denver, they really make quality dental care easy to access. What I love most? When I need to see a specialist, I just go to their specialty center, where all types of specialists are under one roof. One set of forms, one treatment plan, seamless and stress-free, and saves you a ton of time. Right now, new patients can get a $99 special offer on their first visit. Visit stanbrick.com today.
Red Rocks Roof and Solar. What I love about Brooke is if you have a property and it's commercial, she can generally get 95 to 100% of a new solar system paid for with grants and with tax credits. You're not going to get a better deal. She is so good at finding the money. And if you have a residential system, she'll get you the best price, and she can repair something if someone else installed it and it's broken. They can do it all at Red Rocks. 303-704-2449 or check them out at redrocksrs.com. Now let's talk about Discount Bath. Yeah, there's not a lot of contractors out there that have the cojones to put the word discount into their name. They do at Discount Bath, though. They're great people. They've been out to our house. They have a lot of experience when it comes to remodeling your bathroom in total, or if you just want to do the shower, they've got great things going on. 5-year warranties on all labor, all materials, lifetime warranty on their solid shower wall systems. They have a variety of different things you can do, but what I love is they come out, they talk to you, they explain different options. Maybe you want to make the closet bigger in that bathroom. Maybe you want to just change it all together, get rid of the tub, or maybe you just want to redo the bathtub, turn it into a walk-in shower, maybe a low threshold. You get the idea. They're great people. The pricing is unbelievable. Check them out at discountbath.com. They'll come out. They'll give you a free estimate. Discountbath.com.
Imagine almost every jewelry legend all under one roof.
Roberto Coin, Marco Biccigo, Ippolita, Paul Morelli, Mickey Moto, Tacori, Hearts on Fire, and dozens more, all in one store.
Imagine a diamond bar with almost every size, shape, and price range.
Savvy.
What's that?
Somebody blocked Savvy. I unblocked her.
She was blocked?
Yeah.
When they
That's
block her?
weird.
I don't know. She said, no one's been able to see my comments for 2 days. Can you see if I'm blocked? And sure enough, she was. So, who's a moderator?
There's like
You
5
wouldn't
of them.
blocked her.
No, I wouldn't.
I didn't. I haven't looked on there forever.
Yeah, I don't know.
She got blocked.
Maybe Tommy blocked her for some reason.
Maybe Tommy blocked her.
Oh, poor Savvy.
And Rick's gone.
He's gone?
My brother-in-law's sister got attacked by two.
Hey, can you morons hear us?
Really?
Oh, no.
Is she okay?
Hey, retards, can you hear us?
Okay. Oh, wow. Wow.
Look at this, Frank and Doc.
Whoa.
My brother-in-law.
How'd you do
Okay,
that?
the caller just
How
hung
did
up.
you do that?
Because you're not able to hear me. Can you hear me now?
I can hear
I
you.
will call
Yeah.
you back if I need
We're
you,
getting
but
ready to
right
get.
now
Oh, wait.
you're
Say it
free.
again?
There's,
You're
that's
free.
probably Rick.
that
But I'd get rid of Kevin. We've already had Kevin on for this.
Looks like
Yeah, what was the
You
deal?
gotta watch it when you're out there, I'm telling you.
Hang on. Now
I
we're
would
seeing
call
if we
John.
get
Good morning.
Right
Thanks for
away.
calling the Tom.
Well, they're not in state.
Oh,
But yeah, we were like, you guys need to.
That's horrible. Let me see if I do this.
Sure, you can. We are a radio show. We do that.
So that's not
What's your
Rick.
name?
Rick's gone.
Was I too rough on him?
No, dipshit. We already had him on with Kevin.
Then what are we trying to do with him? Why was he back
wanted
on?
us to call the mechanic to get the video.
Well, okay, that's what I asked him. I said, did you even ask for the video? He goes, no.
He's mildly retarded.
He's
and so
more
there's
than
no-
mildly retarded.
I'm trying to be polite to actual retarded people.
Yeah. It's like, did you ask for it? No. Well, they don't have to give it to you.
Because I picked up at one point, he called back a bunch of times. I said, did you just want us to send
Mary,
some
hold
thug
on
over
for
there
me,
to get
okay?
the video?
We're
Yeah,
fine with you.
that'd be great. I said, you want us to like muscle the video out of them?
What was his name again? Rick?
Rick.
You're free.
So we're cutting Kevin loose.
Yeah,
'cause
get
all
rid of
he
Kevin.
said was, in the normal operation of a car, turning the wheel lock to lock shouldn't hurt it.
Yeah. But if we had the video, we could prove that they
Sure.
fucked it up.
And he'd just be scared to be calling the shop.
I got to go through all those best ofs in the next day.
Okay.
if he took them to small claims court during discovery, they'd have to give the video, right?
Well, if you think the video would still be there, I would assume
That they
the video
would.
is going to
Yeah.
disappear. If it even exists to begin with. You know how many cameras don't work? You know what I mean?
And I don't know why, if anybody was asked for a video, they just don't replace it with Steamboat Willie or something. You know, you get this old Mickey Mouse deal. Here you go. Oh, darn it. That's weird. Cameras must not have been working that day.
I didn't know you were old enough to remember Steamboat Willie, Shannon.
He's not. He's just seen it. Didn't they ban that or something? All right, 303-713-8255. Over $300 million in cash, merchandise, exchanges, and refunds. Now, Rick dropped off. So my understanding was he was on before, and basically he wants us to call over and strong-arm these people into getting the video. He's convinced they did something wrong. Rick, I have no idea if they did something wrong or not, but I can tell you this. Why you have not asked them, simply asked them for the video, I have no idea. That's one of the first things I asked you when you were on, and you're like, no. So I, personally, if I wanted the video, I would ask them for the video or ask them to watch it with you. If they don't want to give it to you, they don't have to give it to you because it's not your video. It's not yours. You could take them to court, and by the time you get to discovery, you could ask for it. It's going to cost you a fortune. And on top of that, I bet the video would disappear, if you know what I'm saying. These guys probably won't produce it if they had to. If they really did something wrong and they don't want to acknowledge to you that they did do something wrong and you ended up in this predicament, well, what makes you think they're ever going to show you this video? We've already proven if both of those things are correct, they messed up, they broke it, they don't want to take responsibility, they're sure as hell not going to give you proof. They've already came out and said we're scumbags. Get what I'm saying, Rick? I mean, honestly, I wouldn't mind having one of our people call over, but I would still like to understand what the hell the problem was. If you're saying, what were they, Shannon, you heard the original call, I guess, or Kelly.
Yes.
What were they originally saying?
It was something with the steering column on a Mercedes.
Yes, but what was it in there for? A blinker? A tail light? What the hell were they working on?
Well, he's back on the phone online, too, if you want to go to him.
Rick, what were they actually fixing on your vehicle?
The right front marker light.
Okay, and what does that, for the life of me, please explain to me what that has to do with the steering column, because I'm lost right there.
Nothing at all.
Okay, so
nothing at all. I drove in here and I parked it. The guy got in and turned the steering wheel, turned the car on, turned the steering wheel, and he was attempting to put the bulb in. Okay, he made a whole bunch of popping noises when he's down there attempting to unscrew it, but nevertheless, anyway, he turns the steering wheel a couple of times. He jumps out, he turns it off and then turns it again. So after he finishes, I pay it for the bulb and I come out, attempt to start my car.
Rick, what kind of car is this?
Happening. 2011 Mercedes, 70,000 miles.
I still don't understand the correlation. What do you think he did? Do you think he went in there and intentionally tried to break it? What do you think he did, Rick?
No, I think that he accidentally did it.
How? But that's where I want to go. Rick, you've got to explain this to me. How does one get into your car and accidentally break your steering column? How does one do that?
By turning it.
By turning the wheel.
Steering on.
So by turning your steering wheel, it broke the column.
Broke the lock, yes.
Okay, by turning the steering wheel. Do you understand what you're saying? You're saying someone went in there, turned your steering wheel, and it broke your car. Wouldn't you think your car already had an issue at that point?
After I just started it up 5 minutes ago, and he started it up to turn the wheel.
Here's what I want to do. No. Here's what I want to do. I'm going to put him on hold. Rick, I'm going to try to help you. Here's what we're going to do. Kelly, I want you to call over and see if this shop will come on. I would love to talk to him about Rick's steering column that their technician got in, turned the wheel, and it broke. I would love to talk to him. So let's get the number over there. Then I'll even assign it to a deputy if they don't want to come on, and we'll go down this bunny hole. But Rick, they don't have to give you the video. That I can promise you. But we're going to try to ask them what's going on, and we'll ask them if we can see the video. But the whole story sounds absolutely insane. It really does. I mean, Rick, do you understand? If you let me borrow your car, I'm going to put you on hold again. If you let me borrow your car and I got in there and I turned the steering wheel and the whole thing broke, I don't think I would be at blame for your car. That's not a thing a car does normally.
I agree.
Okay.
I was watching them do it all the time.
And what did you were there watching them. What did you see? What did you see? What did they do?
I seen him start my car up.
Yep.
Turn the wheel to the right.
Yep.
Get out. See if he had access to the marker light.
Yep.
Then he got back in the car. He didn't start it up. He just cranked the wheel some more to the right. And then basically that's about it. I mean, he started it up, but when I got back...
So you're saying he broke it. Wait a minute. Are you alleging he broke it when he turned it back and the power was not on the vehicle? It wasn't turned on?
Exactly.
Okay, hold on. I do want to ask Kevin that question. Let's get Kevin on.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
Over on the east end of town and south of DIA, I-70 eastbound roadwork continues between Tower Road and Colfax. Does look like speeds are starting to return back to normal. South of there, I-225 southbound, we're seeing speeds in the 30s and 40s between Parker Road and I-70, about a 5-minute delay there. I-25 north and southbound, no major complaints through town. Some congestion on I-25 southbound through the downtown area. I'm Mark Swan with traffic.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll tell the story of famed abolitionist Frederick Douglass in his own words. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
A trusted family-owned team and a great approach to your retirement. The people at Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies, they're just not going to tell you what you should invest in or try to sell you different financial products. They really want you to understand going from your working self into the retirement self. They're going to talk about every aspect of it, including stuff like healthcare. And then, of course, legacy. Where do you want to leave the money? Maybe you have a business you're trying to pass on. They will, of course, talk about different investments and diversification. They're going to talk about what kind of income you need after you retire, that cash flow every month. They're going to talk about every aspect of your retirement. I want you to give these guys a call. They're also long-term care experts. They can help you with estate planning. They're going to help you maximize everything you have got going into a great retirement. Check them out at rpcenter.com. That's rpcenter.com.
This season, Chevy brings classic pairings, cookies and milk, mistletoe and kisses, and your holiday plans in a new Chevy. Silverado 1500 gives you power and capability with 430 pound-feet of torque to haul your holiday tree. The Equinox EV and all-new Equinox, America's best compact SUV for new vehicle quality by J.D. Power, offer both confidence and style to see you through the holiday season. It's easy to see why Chevy makes everything better and brighter. Find your red tag. Get 0% APR financing for 36 months on select popular Chevy models when you finance with GM Financial. See your Colorado Chevy dealer. Award based on 2024 models. For J.D. Power 2024 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Offer available on all 2025 Equinox and 2024 Equinox EV, Blazer EV, and Silverado EV models. Monthly payment is $27.78 for every $1,000 you finance. Example down payment is 26.8%. Must finance with GM Financial. Some customers may not qualify. Not available with lease and some other offers. Taking a retail delivery by 1/2/25.
Hi, I'm Dr. Julie at Sound Relief Hearing Center. Are you tired of that ongoing debate with your partner about whether you can't hear or that you never listen? Why not slip on an invisible hearing device, your secret weapon that even your partner won't spot? Let us show you the best options to boost your hearing, your life, and maybe even your relationship. At Sound Relief, we will not let untreated hearing loss become something more problematic. Visit us at soundrelief.com. That's soundrelief.com.
I knew there had to be a better way to get relief from joint pain aside from surgery and harmful medications.
That's football legend and dancing champ Emmitt Smith, who knows a thing or two about joint pain.
Turns out I was right. It's called QC Kinetics, and now tens of thousands of patients and counting all across the country, they're feeling amazing. They say, hey, Emmitt, you were right.
QC Kinetics zeroed in on a technology that is revolutionizing pain treatment. They are transforming patients' lives. The largest provider of non-surgical regenerative treatments using natural healing properties to help restore and repair aching knees, hips, shoulders, and backs. Call them today for your free consultation.
QC Kinetics. I knew there had to be a better way. I love it when I'm right.
QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 303-900-8986. That's 303-900-8986. 303-900-8986.
The best $45 you'll ever spend on your furnace. I'm consumer advocate Marc Mager. 888heating.com will get your furnace ready for winter with their $45 deep cleaning special. They tear apart your furnace, get rid of all the dirt, and give you a no breakdown guarantee. I know lots of companies offer specials like this, but these guys actually clean it. They're just not trying to sell you something. Go to 888heating.com. That's 888heating.com.
We're definitely going to be late to the concert. I feel like we should be there by now.
I'm just taking a little detour. I gotta fill up my gas tank, and I know this place a couple towns over where the gas is cheaper.
Are you serious? We're going to be late for the concert because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is the free cashback app that gets you real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait, I can get cash back just for buying the gas I need anyway?
Yes, I use it all the time, and I've made around $200. Now pull over so you can download the Upside app before we miss the concert.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code OIL25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank, PayPal, or as a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code OIL25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code OIL25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code OIL25.
You have our word, we'll preach it right at Done Right Home Improvements. DRHI.com.
If addiction, trauma, depression, or anxiety are affecting your life and family, the Raleigh House is here for you. The dedicated team of professionals at the Raleigh House provides a premium level of care for substance use and mental health disorders. We believe recovery is possible. The Raleigh House can help. Call 720-797-8717 to get the help you need. That's the Raleigh House, 720-797-8717.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hey, don't forget, you can go to youtube.com, type in Troubleshooter Network, watch us live during the breaks. We were talking about the drones. We were talking about all different kinds of things. Hey, Kevin Calkin, I do want to ask you this before I bring Rick back up. First of all, hey, what's going on, man? You doing all right?
Yeah, they're good.
Did you smoke any meat during the weekend, huh?
We did a ham.
Oh, nice. All right.
Yeah, take a spiral ham, double smoke it, and yeah, really good.
I love ham. Suzanne always gets one of those honey baked ham. I think she overspends on it. You can go to Costco, get the same thing for half the price.
Yeah. $20, yeah.
$20, yeah. She's over here shaking her head like, no, there's nothing like honey baked ham.
There is nothing like a honey baked ham from the honey baked ham company, Mark.
You haven't had my ham.
Oh, yeah. There you go. Hey, so Kevin, if I hop in a Mercedes, 2011 Mercedes something or other, and I want to do the right front tail light, or I'm sorry, tail light, the right front marker light or headlight assembly, whatever. So I get in, I turn the vehicle on, I cock the wheel over to the right or left so I have more access up under the fender. You follow, right?
Yep.
Then I swap out the light. I'm all done. I get back in. I decide for whatever reason not to turn the vehicle back on, but just to crank the wheel straight. What damage would that do? Is that even feasible?
Well, with a lot of force, yeah, you could break the steering lock mechanism, sure.
So that's what Rick is saying happened.
That's a lot of, I mean, that's not just a grab the wheel and turn. That's a big boy with two hands on the wheel cranking.
I mean, you've got it. You know you're going to break it. Would you agree with that?
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
Now, Rick, just hearing what Kevin said, why would this guy get back in and use every bit of force he has to break your steering column? Why would he do that?
Okay, well, I tell you what, 2 seconds before he turned it on, the power steering turned it on, turned the wheel. Now, when he's the last one to start the car up, okay, and then when I get in it to go, the steering column's broke. The car won't turn on or nothing else. So, I mean, what other... And
what did they say at this point? Rick, what did they say at this point? You go to get in, nothing's working. What do they say?
Oh, he does a diagnostic on it.
Okay,
the steering wheel is broke. The steering wheel column's broke and the module in it or whatever, all the things that pertains to a steering wheel lock.
Well, what's the module? If they did, Rick, for the life of me, please, just some of these questions, just answer. If they gave you, or if they did a diagnostic on it and then handed you something, like Kevin, what kind of module would that possibly be?
Unless something with the airbag, like clock spring or something. I'm not sure
what they're talking about.
Yeah, it could be clock spring.
But Rick, didn't you say, hey, this thing was working fine till I dropped it off, and now it doesn't work, and I've been here the whole time. What's going on, guys? What do they say?
That's weird.
Oh, he says those things. Well, first he says it might be the battery. Now, like, mind you, he just seen the
But
bright
wait,
light that he
I'm
put in
talking
there.
just about the wheel not turning anymore. Forget about the reason it's not starting. I mean, that could be a battery. It could be the ignition got broke while all this happened. I mean, there's like every problem in the world right now. But what did they say when you drove in and everything's fine? You go to put in a marker light and now it doesn't start, it doesn't turn, and it's got a million problems. Do they go, oh, well, we didn't do anything? What do they say?
They diagnosed it, told me it cost me $1,600.
Hold on.
That's what
So,
he said.
Kelly, did we try reaching out to these people? And what's the name of this place, Rick?
Auto House, Theo Auto House.
What is it?
3411 the FIRO House, Auto House.
FIRO, FIRO Auto House.
3411.
Hold on. Yeah, I don't care about the address. Give Kelly, do you have the phone number to this place? And make sure it's the right place. Can you do that for me?
Yes.
And I want to call over there, see if we can't get them on. Look, I can't imagine someone would get in, not turn the car on, and put the kind of force Kevin's talking about in order to break it. Kevin, once again, I mean, we're talking, you would know, you would simply know not to do it, right?
No, you got to put 2 feet up against the, like the firewall and really tug.
Yeah, I mean, you're trying to break it at that point.
Yeah.
And why would they do that? That makes no sense to me. My guess is more of something like this. They did the headlight, they get back in, and the car won't start. No idea why it won't start, but something went awry when they were working on the vehicle, but I'm not sure what they could have done wrong from the caller's description. I mean, what do you think?
I don't know. But I remember from the earlier call is that he went to Mercedes with the vehicle. And that's what I told him, get them to report on it, that it's got damaged,
Did he do that?
That's what I understood.
Wait a minute. Okay, hold on. I'm just going to go nuts here. We're going to try to call over there because I'd like to hear from the shop. Kevin, I appreciate it, and I'm going to ask him that if he ever brought it over there. And then if so, what did Mercedes say? Is that something, if he brought it to you, you could look at and see what the hell happened? I mean, you would never know how it broke, though. I guess you could tell if they tugged on the wheel so hard it broke compared to if something broke internally that was old.
Yeah, if you have fresh brakes as opposed to worn out parts, it could be pretty obvious.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Kevin. Kevin Calkin, Sheridan Auto Tech, home of the 3-year, listen to this, 3-year nationwide warranty, parts and labor, everything they do. Maybe you need an alternator or brake job, want to save some money, or just need a place to maintain your car that's reputable and honest and just a good value at SheridanAutoTech.com. We're trying to get that shop on. We're dealing with that in the background. Mary, what is this problem with your apartment? And then Alton, Richmond, America. Man, we used to get a lot of calls on them. When I'm done with Mary, I'll come to you. Mary, what's going on with this apartment?
Hi, sorry, I had to take it off hold.
No problem.
So apparently, can you hear me all right?
I can hear you perfectly.
Oh, great, okay. So I'm over here at the Ventana at Colorado Station, 5095 East Donald. It's off of 25 in Evans. Apparently there was a water main break on Sunday night, and of course all of us were sleeping, so nobody reported it until Monday morning. We have no water at all, and it's Wednesday. This is day 3, and this company called Burge and Held, which is out of Indiana, doesn't care, and they will not put us up in a hotel.
Oh, you're saying they're the property management?
The company the nationwide company that owns this property.
Got it. So they're saying that they can't put you in another place. What are they giving you as far as an ETA? Are they offering you bottled water? Are they offering you anything? I realize you can't take a shower with bottled water, but what are they saying?
They're giving everybody bottled water, but they're not giving us a water truck. I called a water truck company that you can fill up buckets of water with, and it's called Fusion. They said that they'll call my property manager and see if they can,
How long are they talking about this is going to take?
They don't know, because what happened was yesterday when they finally found the leak. It took Monday until Tuesday afternoon to finally find.
Hey, Doc, you want to make a call over there?
I'll tell you what I think. I think all she needs to do is get her room and then go to small claims court. It's a slam dunk.
Well, yeah, but I mean, that's a pain in the ass. Plus, I hear she's got a baby in the background. Now you're talking. Do I assume I'm hearing that right?
Yeah, I've got 3 children under age.
It's not like.
Okay, let's call him.
Yeah, hold on. Doc's going to call for you during break, and we're going to see. I'd like to know when it's going to be done. And if it's not going to be done, Doc's 100% right. You know, not having water, you could go somewhere. Most likely, they would just reimburse you anyhow. I don't think you'd have to take them to small claims court because, water is an essential thing to have.
Unless they refuse to reimburse her.
But this company has a track record of being terrible and not giving a damn about the people that are living here.
Well, let's shake them up. Let's shake them up. We're going to have Doc call over. Yeah, hold tight. I'll come back to you, and he's going to call right now. In fact, Kelly, make sure we get that information. And what did Rick have to say? Did he give you the phone number over there to the Firo Auto House? Kelly. Okay. Hold tight.
Now, impact traffic.
This report is sponsored by Gravina's Window Center of Littleton.
Over on the east end of town and south of DIA, I-70 eastbound roadwork continues between Tower Road and Colfax. Does look like speeds are starting to return back to normal. South of there, I-225 southbound, we're seeing speeds in the 30s and 40s between Parker Road and I-70, about 5 minutes away there. I-25 north and southbound, no major complaints through town. Some congestion on I-25 southbound through the downtown area. I'm Mark Swan with traffic.
Family owned for over 51 years, Gravina's Window Center of Littleton is proud to support the Rocky Mountain Down Syndrome Association. Purchase Infinity from Marvin Windows and help make an impact close to home. Visit windowsforyourhome.com today.
The Art of Granite. Oh, my goodness. You want the best looking hard surface countertops, maybe for that bathroom that's been outdated, or your kitchen you've been dying to get redone, or maybe your laundry room. Suzanne and I have used these people 3-4 different times. They just finished our master bathroom. It is absolutely gorgeous. We went with quartz in there, and it looks so brand new. It adds value to the house big time. And the cabinets are gorgeous. You're just going to love these guys. And I love that Mitch Floria, not only is his pricing great, but he'll actually give you a bid for that project right over the phone. Go to theartofgranite.com. That's theartofgranite.com. Now, check this out. Barry, he's the owner of Vestera. He has a turnkey solution to invest in properties around the country. In fact, I was dealing with him over the weekend. He was doing some research for me. But look, it's minimal risk. The upside is unbelievable. He's got callers that have hired him and have been investing in property and have doubled their money, literally doubled their money. Some even tripled their money. I want you to call. If you don't know anything about real estate, this is how you get involved in it. You own the property. You have the deed. You can sell it whenever you want, and they manage everything. It is a very cool turnkey solution. Give Barry a call, 303-888-3788, 303-888-3788. Integra Insurance open enrollment closes soon. If you haven't checked on healthcare lately and the price of what you have, you need to call these guys. You might have more tax credits than you did last year. A lot of things have changed. You might be able to get better insurance for less money. Please give them a call, 303-466-5500. We've been using Integra right here at the Troubleshooter Show for 10, 15 years. They can help you with Medicare. They can help you through open enrollment. They're just an open enrollment center, 25 plus years of experience. Please give them a call, 303-466-5500. 5,500.
I think I pissed Tom off.
What?
On YouTube.
What?
Because somebody, Savvy was blocked, and I unblocked her. She's like, thanks. And then somebody's like, hey, can you fix that Case can't see Martino's comments? I said, that's a Tom issue, not a Troubleshooter Network issue. And Tom is on YouTube in big caps.
About what?
And I'm just like, Tommy, if you can hear me, I was just thinking maybe you accidentally blocked Case on your personal account. It was no big deal. I was just saying I don't have access to your account to even look at it. But anyway, And then Tom says in big caps, I'm going to say this once. I had nothing to do with blocking case 31 or whatever the fuck the name is.
I told Tom that the name of
somebody else says, well, Sue says it's a Tom issue. That's what set Tom off. And I'm afraid Tom might be upset with me. I just didn't mean it like that.
That's a lot of thought into YouTube.
Tommy, I hope you can hear me.
That's a lot of thought into YouTube.
I told Tom that he should name his YouTube production company. I didn't touch anything.
Ken Rohde. Oh, my God. Ken.
That's weird.
Holy moly, I'd love to talk to him. I mean, I can't do it right now.
Tommy, it's just possible that you can't unblock from your phone. You've got to be on a PC if you're listening.
Mr. Rohde.
And it's
listen, I'm on the air right now. I'll call you back after the show in like 3-4 hours. We'll catch up. I will. I tried reaching out to you a while back. I thought you croaked, brother. You tried? I'll talk to you in a while.
I thought you croaked.
I promise I'll talk to you in a few hours, all right? I got to run. Bye.
I thought you croaked. Well,
I did.
tried.
I swear to God, I thought he did.
I know. You've mentioned that a few times.
What?
Also, I called Mary. They're scheduling showers. So she is on her way to take her 3 kids to get them cleaned up. And she's going to call me back.
Oh, they're scheduling.
Yeah.
Okay.
So she's on her way. And said, I'll call you. She'll call me back as soon as they're back at her apartment.
Where do they go to take the showers?
I don't know. I guess.
I am so happy he's alive.
Who, Tom?
Shannon said, who, Tom?
No, you smart ass.
Well, I thought we were worried about Tom.
No, this guy, I was trying to reach him like, shit, man, probably towards the end of the COVID and then like in the last year. And I figured he was dead, man, like literally. And he just called out of the blue. It's absolutely crazy.
I want to get a YouTube get-together. Can we do that? That would be so fun, Mark.
Ken and I got in. Do you remember him and I getting into it?
Yeah.
I was going to.
Who have you not gotten into it
I was about ready to sue his
Frank
ass.
Duran. You've never gotten into it with Frank.
I got into it with Frank one time.
Maybe one time with Frank Duran. Frank didn't get into it with you, though. I know that.
I couldn't.
Here we go.
iHeartRadio station.
I just got a call out of the blue from somebody. You ever get a call from somebody you thought was dead? I mean, I know that sounds odd, but here's a guy I've been trying to trace down.
Ghost from the
since
past
COVID.
calling you, Mark.
Yeah, so during the break, I looked down, it says Ken Rohde. I'm like, oh my God, I thought he was dead. And when I answered the phone, I literally said, hey man, I thought you were dead. And he laughed and said, well, I tried a few times, but I'll catch up with him. But have you ever received a call from someone you legitimately thought was no longer with us? Frank Duran.
I can't think of any, Mark, but I do remember a comedian one time. He says, if only my grandmother were here today. I'd say, hey, Grandma, what are you doing here? You've been dead for 10 years. Dun, 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 dun.
All right, folks, 303-713-8255. Deputy Doc found out a few things going on. Deputy Doc, she's headed over. They're scheduling showers at an off-site location.
I don't know where. She just said, I'm on my way.
To get a shower and stuff.
To clean up her 3 kids.
Yep.
And she's going to call me as soon as they get back.
Cool.
And then I'll take it from there.
Yeah, we're going to try to at least figure out a timeline. Unfortunately, there's not much you're going to do when it's only been a few days. I mean, it's horrible. I would guess the apartment complex probably didn't even break the main line. This probably has something to do with Denver Water at this point, needing to get in there and fix it. Something. I assume it was Denver based on the address. Now, 303-713-8255. Kelly, did we reach out to that shop? In fact, my notes are gone on it. Here it is, Firo Auto House. Kelly, she's reaching out to him right now, so hopefully she can get through.
Looks like she's on the phone, Mark.
Yeah. Alton, what's going on with you? Alton, are you there?
Take 6.
Yeah, I'm here.
What's going on, man? It says you got a problem with Richmond.
Yeah, I do. Hold up. Let me
Okay.
put on speaker. Oh. Yeah.
Oh, Miguel, hold on a second. I'm sorry.
I think you got to put him on
Alton,
hold.
I got to put you on hold because I have a business we've been talking about on the air right now that I need to talk to. I promise right after the big break, I'll get back to you. I think we have an angel over at Richmond, too, so depending on the problem, you might have called the right people. So hold on, all right, Alton? I hate to do that to you, but I've got Miguel on. Miguel, you're the owner of Firo's Auto House, is that correct?
Yes, absolutely. I'm the owner.
So I want to ask your side of this story. It's pretty simple. Rick said he brought his Mercedes over there, 2011. Your guy hopped in. He had to turn the steering wheel to get access to the front marker light. They turned it. I guess they put the new marker light in. Then, according to Rick, the caller, your tech got back in. Instead of turning the car on, put a ton of pressure on it and actually broke the steering column. Now the vehicle won't start and there's other issues. What happened over there, man?
All right, let me explain to you. It's something easy. I mean, when he telling you my tech, I was the only one person working in his car because it was a simple job, just the light bulb, the side marker light bulb. And yeah, sure, absolutely. I turned the steering wheel because it's having access to the light bulb. We need to turn the wheel all the way to the left. To the right. And we have access there. You know, I turned on the car. I turned on the car and I did my job. And I went, turned it off. And, I just straight the wheel back on the normal position.
Yep.
And I came to my office and I handed the key to my assistant, which is the one take care of the office, and charge for the replace the light bulb, and give the key to him. And so he was inside of the car, and he said, "Well, the car won't start." I said, "Well, hold on. It's a cold weather." I check it, remote control works.
How long did it take for you guys to pull it in when he showed up? How long was it turned off?
When it turned off, probably it was, just like 5 minutes the most. No more than that.
All right, hold on. Miguel, I hate to do this to you, but we're up against a hard break, and I really want to get your side of the story out there because I figured there was a whole different side to the story, and it sounded like it. Let's make sure he understands we got to go to break. He'll be the first back up after it, but I'm dying to hear the rest of the story. 5 minutes later, the car won't start. Rick says if he sees a video, it's going to be evident that they tried to crank the wheel and broke something. Man, we've got a mystery going on. Hang tight. Another hour coming.
That's a real pen. This is a felt tip.
What's that, brother?
I gave you a real pen. This is a felt tip.
Okay.
I know you like to scribble while you talk.
Yeah, he likes to doodle.
Yeah.
Scribble while you talk.
He likes to dribble while he talks. Let's see. I got to get some in-house done. Some in-house. All right. We don't have enough information. I was going to do a poll on Miguel. But we don't have enough information yet. We got to find out what he's saying.
I hope Tommy's not upset with me.
If I was him, I would be livid.
From his YouTube comment, it looked like I really set him off.
Would you blame him of doing again, blocking case 13?
No, somebody's like, can you fix Casey's issue? She can't see Tom's comments. I said, that's a Tom issue, not a troubleshoot, not our issue. I can't do anything about it. What's my only thing?
Because she can see other comments?
She can see everyone else's comments, can't see Tom Martino's personal comments.
That probably is something he's got then done.
Don't say that.
Why?
Because I'm upset Tom saying that.
Well, I don't think we either can block people or not block them. There's no choosing.
Savvy was definitely blocked. I unblocked her. She's fine. Case is nowhere on there.
But Case also, you've been complaining for.
Case has had weird issues.
Yeah, you say some days you can't see anything. Case might be just starting shit. Case 13.
Case thrives on chaos, probably.
I think so, because now that I think about it, Case always has an issue. Always. always. Man, we used to get so many calls on Richmond. I just haven't. Are they even still in business?
Girl Friday says Tom was pissed about it yesterday, too. Well, I was on the road yesterday.
Pissed about what yesterday? Is it always case 13?
Case says, Susan, it's just because we all gave him the business about it yesterday.
Good morning. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show.
The business. What is this?
Joe, I'm good. How are you?
What was that show where they'd always say that? Giving them the business.
All right. We're all set.
I wonder
Come
if
on,
Tommy
Doc, what was
knows
that
who
show?
Top Secret is.
Leave it to Beaver.
So
Mark, do you think Tom knows who Top Secret is?
Okay.
I have no idea.
Top Secret's really firing Tom up right now. And that's Bo's sister.
Wow, he knows now.
Well, he knew all along.
Is that his +1?
I don't know. I have to ask
Well, you just
Bo.
went up a full octave.
I don't know. That would be curious to meet Top Secret for our little deputy get together tomorrow that Ken can't make.
Hey, I'm getting root canals done. Thank you very much.
That sucks.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, I'm going today and tomorrow.
I got to get a crown here in January. I'm not looking forward to. Migrant charged with 3 counts of attempted murder, but there's nothing to be seen here.
Did you eat at a Park Burger recently in the last week?
A what?
Park Burger.
The fuck's a Park Burger?
You know, it's a burger joint. There was a charge on your saver for that.
Park Burger.
Well, when I look it up, it says it's Park Burger, but I'm like,
Oh, maybe that's maybe somewhere in Vegas?
no, it was in the last 3 or 4 days.
I don't know.
But you had your saver card yesterday.
I haven't been to a Park Burger.
Oh, I know what it was now.
What?
Remember, you must have had a beer or something waiting for me. Remember when you went to the Tesla windshield place and then you said, and that's called the Park.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's right. So I pick up the Tesla, and when they had to do our windshield, they have to recalibrate. So they get on this laptop, and I'm talking about SafeLight. So they get on this laptop and they recalibrate after the windshield's in, and it's all Tesla software. In other words, they have access to Tesla software and then, of course, charge our insurance company X amount because you have to recalibrate. So I have full autopilot on mine. So I pick it up, they signed off on it, and I learned that basically they cannot even really release it till Tesla signs off on the recalibration. So it's kind of outside of the SafeLight realm, even though they do it right there. They're doing it with a Tesla technician. That's kind of how I understand it. So I pick it up, and I put my home address in. I hit home, and I start going down the road, and I have it on autopilot. Well, it doesn't want to turn. I'm like, what the hell? I'm looking at the directions, and it's supposed to turn left. It goes straight. Then all of a sudden, it starts curving like it's going to go into the curb. Like, it's absolutely nuts, the thing. And I'm like, what the hell? So I kick it out of autopilot. I take control. I lock it back into autopilot thinking, okay, maybe a fluke, right? It's a hell of a fluke. Same damn thing again, no autopilot. Well, here's the bottom line. It took them a day to figure it out, but when they reset the software for calibration, it resets all the settings on autopilot. So it was no longer on full autopilot. So even though when I was kicking it in, it looks like it is an autopilot, by the dash, it really isn't. So here I was trying to drive in autopilot, and there was no damn autopilot. Talk about scary, though. You're used to the damn thing turning.
Man, oh man, buddy.
And next thing you know, it's not turning.
I don't know if I could trust that, Mark.
Yeah, when it does its own thing, Frank.
Ooh, man.
So we went to Scotts Bluff and back.
Yeah.
I bet you I drove that car. I don't know. What do you think, Suzanne? We were on the road 7 hours total, plus, say, an hour there looking around town. So out of 8 hours, I probably literally was out of autopilot, 20 minutes, if that.
How many hours drive is that from there to Colorado?
3 hours, 20 minutes.
Okay, that's not that
60
far.
miles, thank goodness. It's a lot closer.
Yeah, that's
Used to be 7.5.
Yeah.
Are you eating pie? I put an apple pie out there,
Doc?
Frank, if you want some pie.
You know, thank you, friend. I have to so.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome, my friends, to the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. We're here to go after the bad guys. We have a business owner on who I've got to get right back to really quick, but I've got to recap. Rick brought his vehicle over to Firo's Auto House. All they were doing was a marker light. So basically up by the headlight, I think it was front right. So they get in, they had to turn the wheel. They turn the car on, they turn the wheel so they can have access with the tire at an angle. So they go up there, they replace it. They put the car back the way it was, park it, whatever they do, go inside, write up the ticket, and basically charge them. And Miguel, how much did you charge him for that? Like, what, $50, $10?
It was $30 because he brings his own liable.
Yeah, so $30. They charge him $30. He goes out to the car, and now the car doesn't start, and it had been off for, like you said, 5 or 10 minutes. When you looked at the car after he came back in and said it didn't start, what did you find wrong with the car?
Well, first of all, I had to check the battery on the key.
Yep.
That's the first thing, those electronic
Yeah, the
keys.
fob. I got you.
Yeah. And I noticed it was working fine, so I plugged the scan tool, which is a diagnostic tool we have. And sure enough, it came out a code that says that a steering module fell.
Got it.
So at this point, I just want to go a little. We're working on Mercedes for so many years,
Sure.
and we have those problems with C-Class, CLK class. It's a common issue, and you can go and check the reviews about Mercedes.
So what did you find out? This module went bad?
Mm-hmm. But it's nothing something we made. It's just on the edge of the car, anything can be happens, anything. And it's a common issue or common failure on the Mercedes that steering.
Yeah, I get it. It just went out. It was a coincidence.
Yes.
I get it. So how much is that module in the programming for it?
Well, our cost, because we had to sign up in our NASTAF program. We are members of NASTAF. NASTAF is a National Automobile Service Task Force.
Yeah, that's fine.
And we had to go with them, fill out the application, go to the dealer. But the whole repair, because we give it the price to Mr. Rick.
Yeah.
It was $1,600.
Okay, now I want to ask you something, Miguel.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing wrong with it was the module. The steering column itself wasn't broken, just the module for the ignition.
Correct.
That's it. Okay, hold on one second, if you'd be that gracious. Now I want to go back to Rick. Rick, it's just that module that's bad. The actual steering column isn't broke, and that module can go out. I mean, there's nothing they did by...
The lock is broke, Tom.
Say it again?
The lock is broke.
The what?
All I need is a video. The lock on the steering column is broke. I just need the video. That's all I need. The 10 minutes of video that he did the work on. That's all I need, Tom.
Okay. Hold on, man. Miguel, do you have video of this being done? Is that something you would let him see?
Video. We never recorded our jobs, especially site mark light bulb.
Yeah.
We don't record it.
Yeah, I got you.
But for the experience I have, it's this can be happens any moment.
Listen, man, I get it. What I would like to know, though, Kelly, I'd like to get Sheridan on one more time, please. What I do want to just absolutely understand, though, the only problem right now is that module.
Yes, actually, I can give you. Hold on, let me go to the ROE right around for him, and I would telling you exactly which part because it's.
I know. RO, for people listening, RO Writer is their software that they give estimates.
And you know what? If somebody in your audience is a Mercedes expert, they can confirm what I say is true.
What I'm saying though is you do not have to replace the steering column, right?
No, the steering column, but the steering module, which is one cylinder or one solenoid attached with the steering column.
Yeah.
So that is the.
But you have to answer Rick's question though. You have no video of it, right?
No, I don't have a video because we just. I had a report for the diagnosis we did after the car is failed or don't start.
Yeah.
I can provide you with the code came up, which is the steering.
Yeah, I get it.
Module.
Is the vehicle still there?
No, he took it. He told it. We offered to do the repairs, and I went to be fair.
Hold on one sec, Miguel. You just made me think of something. I want to ask him another question. I'm going to have you both on for a second. Hey, Rick, did you bring it somewhere else to get it looked at and verify what's wrong with it?
No, I said Mercedes. It'll be ready today.
And what did they do at Mercedes?
The lock is broke. Okay, and it was broke when Miguel looked at it.
Rick, what did they repair at Mercedes? Do you have the estimate I can look at?
I will pick it up today. It's $3,000, Tom.
Okay, Rick, but what did they repair? What did they do?
The steering module,
okay,
the lock, the steering wheel lock, and everything that entails.
Did they say that it was the other shop's fault? Did you tell them what happened? Did they have an opinion on that?
Absolutely, I told them what happened.
And what did they say? Did they say, yes, they could have done it? Or did they say this is a common problem that can happen? What did they share with you?
They said it was forced, some kind of force broke the steering column. The steering wheel does not lock. When I got in my car after Miguel had started it up, turned the wheel, put in the light, the steering wheel was not.
Rick, you're kind of making my own argument in Miguel's when you say that, because what do you think he possibly did wrong by turning it on and turning the wheel? I mean, do you understand that a car that doesn't have any problems that wouldn't break?
Okay. Well, that's why, Tom, the car was in the front of the building when he did the work.
Yeah.
It should be on video.
He's saying there's no video. Miguel, I'm going to ask you for the fourth time. Is there video that we could look at there?
No, we don't.
There's
have
no
any
video, Rick.
No video.
Okay.
We haven't.
All right. Well, I was there all the time. Miguel was banging on something, making on my fender. I guess I don't know how come he had to bang under the fender to get a screw loose or something.
Who fixed it? Who fixed it, Rick? Who ultimately fixed it? Mercedes who?
Miguel put the light bulb in.
No, Mercedes. What Mercedes dealership?
Mercedes of Denver.
Mercedes.
Go ahead, Miguel.
Mercedes.
I'm going to put them both on hold. Scott, I want you to get involved here. I want you to call Mercedes of Denver. Okay, and if you need Rick's permission, maybe do a three-way call. I want you to talk to them, and I want to know if they think that Miguel or whatever shop or what happened. That's what I want to know. I want to know if they think that. I have no idea what happened here. I don't understand how Miguel could get in there and turn the wheel and the whole thing breaks and it's his fault. I have no idea how that could happen in any normal car. We had our expert on that said you would have to get in there and basically yank on that wheel and put your feet up against the door in order to break something like that. The other thing I need to know, Scott, is what did they do? What did they do? Did they do just the module? Because if this is just the module and the steering column itself wasn't broken, I don't know what, I don't know what Miguel could have possibly have done wrong. We've got to get to the bottom of this before my head blows up. That's what I want to know. Honest to God, I want to know what they did and do they have an opinion. So, Rick, Scott's going to call you right now. We've got your info. Scott's going to call you off air, and you guys are going to call over and talk to the service manager together, okay?
Yeah, okay.
All right. That's what we're going to do. Everybody hold tight. My God. And then Alton, we're going to go back with Richmond American after this. We do have 2 lines open, or we will. 303-713-8255. Any technicians out there, mechanics, you heard that story. If you heard it, I want you to give me a call and give me your opinion. I honestly do. Am I missing something here? We're going to find out when we talk to Mercedes of Denver, but I would love to know your thoughts on it right now. If you have dealt with the 2011 Mercedes or something in that era that had this same type of issue. They bring it in, they turn the wheel, next thing you know, they've got to replace this module. 303 Martino.
Done right kitchens, baths, finished basements, windows, and doors. Ready for holiday savings? Call now and save 12%. Or enjoy great financing specials on all services for select install dates. 800-362-8370 or drhi.com. Happy holidays.
My man, Joe Chiano, you want to talk about guaranteed money, a guaranteed paycheck for life, a pension annuity. Yeah, just here's the amazing part. Joe, I need to ask you something. You throw around the word guaranteed for one reason. It truly is guaranteed. Instead of like the stock market going up and down, you guys have a product that can grow with you while you're still working. And when you decide to turn the income stream on, you can turn it on and get paid as early as 30 days, or you can wait 10 or 15 years and let it grow. Tell us about the guarantee.
That is right. You know, Mark, this annuity is guaranteed not to lose the principal or the gains that people put into the annuity. This is totally like night and day from the stock market, like you said. There's no risk at all, and it's guaranteed to grow. And like you said, you can turn the income on. And on top of all that, there's additional benefits, like a 15% bonus.
Wow.
A long-term care benefit. And this is ideal for people that don't want to take any risk with their monies. And you know, Mark,
and if you do end up, Joe, and a lot of people don't realize this, if you end up passing away, say right after or even 5 years after, you know, your spouse or whoever your beneficiaries are actually still get the cash amount.
That is right. You know, the whole account value will go to them.
Yep.
That company doesn't keep one single penny. And one point I do want to make, Mark, real quickly.
Go ahead.
And that is that, you know, the fees. People are concerned about the fees that they're paying on their 401k or IRAs or managed money accounts. Those fees are high. Our fees
are low.
1/10
of 1% are your fees. Listen, these are the guys. They have the right products for you. They have the true bonuses, the kind of bonus that money works for you over the years, not the kind of bonus where they give it to you at the very end and it never created more wealth for you. Please call these guys with any questions. MyMoneyMyWay.com. That's MyMoneyMyWay.com. Talk to Joe and Jordan personally. Ask them all the questions. Say, if I roll over a 401k with this amount right now, how much will I have guaranteed income in 10 years? They can punch all the numbers for you. There's no magic. It's math. It's a great thing, and it's guaranteed. MyMoneyMyWay.com. Fix it 24/7. You want the best deal out there right now? They're going to come out $39. $39. Clean that furnace. They're going to get all the dirt out of it. By the way, dirt is the #1 killer of a furnace. They're going to put that sticker on there so you know to call. They're going to give you a no breakdown guarantee. New customers only, $39. $39. Get it done. They're going to be there 1-2 hours. It's going to make that unit more efficient. And they're going to check it out, give it a no breakdown guarantee. You get the idea. Check them out at fixmyhome.com. That's fixmyhome.com.
It's open enrollment. The once-a-year...
There's no way I can do
Ryan's here. I'm going to...
an 888 and fix it back to back. They have literally the same offer.
My annuity went from...
Hold on a second. Is that how it appeared on there? Should I email Chris on that? Or did we move something? Did we move something?
No, nothing really. So 888 the next break. Oh, I see what you're doing. Maybe fix it was after the news.
Got it. What do you guys think of that car thing? Frank, what is your opinion?
What about it now, Mark? I'm so sorry.
Do you think that guy, that technician, messed anything up on his Mercedes, or no?
I don't know, and I'll tell you why I don't know. I was studying notes in between that call, so I didn't hear the whole thing. I'm sorry. I was studying stuff. Sorry, Mark.
No problem, sir.
I had tunnel vision on real estate.
Long as you made some money.
Yeah, well.
Have you ever met Ryan, Frank?
Well, Ryan
Herbig?
No.
He's with American Liberty Mortgage.
Okay. Is he on referral list?
Yeah, he's been on the referral list a long time. I do spots for him on KRDO.
Nice, man.
And we're probably going to start doing stuff for him here.
That's awesome.
So my annuity went from 1,300 to 1,873.
From day one? Or
It's gradually increased.
each year?
Yeah.
What does it go off of, cost of living?
Two things. On your anniversary date, it's pegged to the stock market. If the stock market doesn't go up 3%, you're guaranteed a 3 or 4% cost of living.
And if it does go up?
Then it's pegged to that.
Then it's pegged to that. I got you. So on a really good stock market year, it's great.
Right.
What's the maximum? Like 8%, though?
Probably something like that.
Yeah.
But on a bad stock market, it's guaranteed 3%.
All right, 303-713-8255. I sure hope Deputy Dollar gets to talk to somebody over at Mercedes of Denver. I want to figure out what they did and jump into that. Meantime, 303 Martino, we got a couple lines open. 303-713-8255. Don't forget, Frank Duran, the real estate man, in studio with us. And then we've got a referral list member coming in, Ryan Herbig. He's with American Liberty Mortgage. He's going to be talking rates and what these guys think. Really quick, Frank, where are rates right now? If you closed anything in the last couple of weeks, of course you have.
Yeah.
Mark, where are they closing at? 6.5?
Yeah, right around there. And we're hearing that rates are going to hover around 6.34 in 2025. They're going to stay
pretty much steady.
From what we're hearing, pretty steady, which is actually a good thing because with increase in wages, that's going to give people more disposable income. We expect values to go up.
We're going to dive into that with you and Ryan shortly, but I've got a lot of questions when it comes to rates. People have such short-term memories. You talk about 2-3%, which a lot of people were in, and now you start talking 6. They think it's crazy, but the reality is 5.5 to 6.5 has been the norm forever. But we'll get into that. Alton, your issue with Richmond. First of all, I appreciate you holding so long. So, what happened? Is it a new build? What's going on with Richmond Homes?
Okay, I purchased this home May of 2022, and my driveway...
Was it brand new, Alton?
Yeah, it was brand new.
Okay, and they generally give you a 1-year warranty. Did you have that? I know it's May of 22, but did you have a 1-year warranty?
I did. I did. And I really thought maybe it was something, it's just the year was up and I was going to be able to just replace it myself. But after noticing the neighborhood and my neighbor across the street from me, his house is sinking. They improperly compacted the soil.
Oh, wow!
And you got.
Hey, Alton, that's a big thing to say. I mean, typically when you're doing a foundation, you're compacting that to like 99.5%. I mean, it's absolutely insane. And then they actually have. Well, hold on here, because when you say they didn't do it right, the problem with saying that is the inspectors come out and literally bore holes and then sign off on the compaction. So it sounds like, what are you saying, that possibly the inspector was in cahoots?
I have no idea, but I know there's approximately 5 driveways that are either coming up, they're bulging up, or they have holes in them, big gaping holes in them.
What do you mean by big gaping holes?
You lay the concrete down, and then in between the concrete and the soil, there's a big gaping hole. You can actually.
Oh, I see. So you can look under there. Well, that could have been movement in any direction. Just when you go, why did you even say they didn't compact it right then?
Because like I said, everyone in the neighborhood is cracking up.
See, there's going to be so a couple things to do real quick, man.
Okay, but one more thing. Everybody else on the other side, whoever built the other side, no one on their side. Another manufacturer built on the other side, and their driveways are perfect. Ours is buckling. I don't understand that.
I get that there's a problem with the driveway. I understand that. But I don't know if that leads back to compaction. Your house, you mentioned one of the homes is moving. Is that true?
That's true, yeah.
And is it sinking or is it up or what?
It's sinking because he can't shed his, well, they're supposed to come out and his whole backyard sank. And then.
Well, no, but I'm talking about the house itself on the foundation. Did it sink or is it straight?
He's unable to shut some of his doors in his house.
Yeah,
and
okay.
Stuff like that.
So where the driveway and stuff is, not the actual garage or anything, but I mean, I don't even know what the compaction rate would have to be there. But if it's outside of warranty, you said there's 5 homes that are affected. How many homes are in that section of the neighborhood altogether?
It's just within walking distance to the mailbox. From my house to the mailbox, it's approximately 5 houses.
So, but hold on, Alton. What I'm saying is there only 5 homes in that Richmond neighborhood?
Yeah. It's probably about 5. I haven't seen anyone else. I just, in my neighborhood where I live at, I walk up and down the street, and there's approximately 5 homes that are. And my neighbor, he had his done because his driveway was sinking. They did it. He caught it right at the 1 year mark.
Well, have you had an expert come out and look at it?
No, I haven't.
Well, you said you were thinking you were going to get it done, but then you saw other people had issues. I'm just trying to think. I'm just trying to think your best way. I mean, have you even called Richmond? Have you talked to them and said, why is there 5? And what do they say? You're out of warranty?
You're out of warranty, and all they do is send me the information about the warranty.
Do you have pictures of this?
No, I don't, but I can get some.
I would like some pictures of yours and then maybe a couple of your neighbors, whoever's close. I can send them out to an expert, but I can't imagine. When I first started thinking of compaction, I was thinking more of the foundation and the house going up or down. I don't know what you're possibly going to do there if it's just the driveway. Now, the one house that's shifting quite a bit, it'd be curious to see what's going on there. But then you started talking about it like it was the backyard, not the house.
It's the backyard and the house.
So the whole house is crooked, the one guy's.
It's not noticeably. They actually sent an engineer out there.
And what did the engineer come up with? What did the report say?
I haven't talked to him yet.
Well, that would be very curious what the engineer finds. Is Richmond working with him at all or no?
Yeah, the Richmond's actually working with him, and they're going to replace his driveway also.
See, he might have had an issue. Hey, guys, you're both in the home business here, and I'm talking to Ryan and Frank. These new builders, what is typically, have you done, Ryan Herbig, he's with American Liberty Mortgage. I assume you guys have done some loans with new builders, right? Like Richmond or Lamar or Lennar or any of them.
Yeah, we've done a few.
So what typically do you know off the top of your head, or Frank, do you know? There's a couple different warranties. Usually the structure itself or the foundation might have a longer warranty than, of course, a driveway or something. Is this correct?
Yeah, they'll typically have the structural warranty, and then they'll have a lot, like Lennar, for instance. They had a warranty that lasts for a year. If anything breaks within the interior of the property, you can call them out and they'll take care of it.
Yeah, and then a lot of stuff, even when it comes to the structural, it's got to move enough to actually trigger in that warranty. So it's very possible that the neighbor did have a problem with the foundation itself. Maybe it wasn't done right. Maybe there was a compaction problem there, but you don't have that exact same issue, so it might be a different kind of warranty. You follow what I'm saying, Alton?
Yes.
From what I've seen, the builders typically have a 10-year structural warranty.
Yeah. So that's probably kicking in on this guy if they're actually helping him.
Yep.
Where this other one is just the driveway, and that would probably fall under the 1 year.
Yep.
I think that's exactly what's going on in your case, Alton. And if the other guy's house is literally shifting, that would be a foundation problem, and that would fall under that 5 or 10 year structural. Does that make sense?
Yes.
When can you send those pictures over? I'd be curious to see them.
I live in Pueblo, but I'm in the Springs today.
Okay.
Just have them send me the information, and I'll...
Yeah, well, I'm going to put you on hold. Kelly's going to pick up. Here's what I want from you. Some of those pictures, nothing crazy, but I want you to take some from afar, too. Just don't take a picture of a big crevice up close. I basically need to understand the gravity of it, even from a distance. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, it does.
So send me a couple of those, and then talk to your neighbor, too. I would absolutely love if he would share. He might have signed a release or something at this point. I don't know. But I would love if he would share that structural, what do you call it, the report.
Oh, okay.
I would love to see that and see why he's getting covered and you're not. And then we can send, wow, man, you're pretty far up in Pueblo. I've got a cement guy down here that's awesome. But he's not going to go to Pueblo. It's just not going to happen.
I got a couple guys I can call to have it done, but it just I just feel like I shouldn't have to pay for it.
Yeah, no, I get you, man. I mean, you're only talking, you bought a brand new home, it's 2 years later, and your driveway sounds like hell. Well, get us those pictures, and we'll assign someone to it based on those pictures. I'm going to have one of our experts look at it down here, and maybe we can reach out to them when we have when we have a few arrows in our quiver, and maybe pull some strings and get something done for you. I can't make any promises because these new home builders, let me tell you, man, they're about as cut and dry as I've seen. It's either under warranty or not. Although I will say in the past, we have had a few things work out in the caller's favor. So hold tight. Kelly, get all of his information, please. 303-713-TALK. Ryan, have we ever met?
Yeah, we have.
30 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Clear driving through the Denver Metro for the late morning commuters out there. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through town. I-70 east and westbound easy driving to TIA. Leaving TIA Pena Boulevard southbound. Some busy traffic between 56th and I-70. Only a minute or two of delays there. Heading out west into the high country. I-70 east and westbound. Closures continue through the Veterans Memorial Tunnel for intermittent rockfall mitigation work. I'm Mark Swan with traffic.
Everyone can agree that bullies are bad, but is there anything we can learn from them? This week on Red Pilled America, we tell stories of people facing off with bullies and the valuable lessons they've learned from them. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app. That's Red Pilled America.
The Art of Granite. Oh, my goodness. Our new master bathroom is so gorgeous. Suzanne picked out quartz, and the cabinets are excellent. The entire bathroom looks brand new. The value it added to our house when we sell it is unspeakable. It is so great, I can't believe it, because we went with the Art of Granite. Not only is their pricing great, but they'll give you an estimate. Listen to this, right over the phone. You simply go to theartofgranite.com, call him up. He might want a few pictures, maybe a few measurements. He's pretty good at eyeballing that, and he'll come back with you and tell you how much those brand new countertops are going to be for any part of your house. Mitch Floria is a great guy. We've personally used him 4 or 5 times in our house. Multiple bathrooms, our laundry room, and part of our kitchen. Please check him out, theartofgranite.com. 888heating.com, the best $45 you're ever going to spend. Listen to this. They're going to come out to your house. They're going to rip that furnace apart. They're going to get rid of all the dirt. They're going to make it more efficient. They're going to give you a no breakdown guarantee, all for $45. It's new clients only, but go to 888heating.com. That's 888heating.com.
Barry, let me put you on hold. Mark will be with you as soon as possible, okay? Hold on.
So we're always on YouTube in here. So are you here till the end of the show? Yeah. So we'll talk afterwards, but I'll tell you what's going on, and it's great news for you. So, but we'll kind of dive into that afterwards. When I say we're always on, right now we're on YouTube, and I'm sure we have over 100 plus listeners at any given second. So they actually hear us talking right now. So when you're in here during the breaks, I just want you to realize you're still talking to lots of people.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't admit to a murder.
And then if you go offline, did you
He
hit
is
offline?
offline, so you've been
Yeah.
hearing everything in there. Sorry, I forgot to switch it back. But when you go on air,
From shucks and darn, Mark. Shucks and darn.
Shucks and darn, baby.
Oh, no, much worse than
I'll never forget Frank going, Mark, I come to learn you're not a shucks and darn kind of guy. So you growing up, Frank, really no one in your household cussed, right?
Oh, my mom did, man.
She did cuss?
Oh, buddy, that was her. Anyway,
her love language.
I won't say nothing more.
But she did. She would. Does she still cuss?
No, actually, she's toned way down around the grandkids. But
did you have to have the talk? That's a yes.
Mark, are you going to tone down around the grandkids?
Oh God, no.
A lot of times she'll just come and say, Mom.
Someone's got to teach him. Someone's got to teach him the F word.
Somebody's got to teach
Oh
him.
my gosh, pray for us.
Can you imagine walking around not knowing the F word?
Oh, Mark.
It's not the F word you think.
Oh, man.
Yeah, Frank.
My mom invented her own words, man. Her own combinations.
Son of a bitch, mother.
Oh, my gosh.
They can't hear you talking, Mark, the YouTubies.
Nothing I can say about that. That's either a Shannon thing or a Tom thing. It's not a Mark thing.
What's that?
I remember being about 9 or 10.
UTVs are saying they can't hear us.
I was about 9 or 10, guys.
Why don't
I had
you
my little
test
brother
that
on my
theory
lap.
right
We're
now?
10 years apart, and
Why don't
there
you
was
say
this
something
big ugly
really awesome?
grasshopper, and I thought it was going to jump on me and freak me out. And I dropped my brother on his head, and my mom's driving. She's, what's going on back there? Oh, man. And I got cracked for that, man.
That reminds
And
me.
Robbie's legs are kicking like this because he was upside down because I dropped him.
Remember A Christmas Story when he throws all the bolts, changing the tire, and he goes, "Oh, fudge!"
And they put soap in his mouth.
Oh yeah, the real deal, soap in the mouth. Nowadays, you'd probably be thrown in prison for that.
Probably, yeah.
I think I put soap in our kids' mouth once.
I think I remember that.
Social services would show up at the house.
Child abuse, yeah.
Yeah. Have you guys ever crossed paths?
I know your name. What company are you?
Remax. He sells more homes, Denver Metro, than anybody else.
Okay.
God,
That's
thank God.
probably where we've ran into each other probably.
In fact, he sells more in 1 year than the average realtor sells, I would say, in 6 weeks, 2 months? No, wait, I got that so backwards. I just made you the worst damn realtor in the world. He sells more in 1 month than definitely most sell in a year, but probably even higher than that, right?
Oh, okay.
Hey, Scott, this is Ryan.
Thank God, buddy.
Are you blushing? You're blushing.
Just say
over there.
thank God, man. Believe
Scott,
me.
did you get any news?
Yeah, I talked to Mercedes.
Don't say anything else.
Okay.
Did you get actual info?
Don't say anything.
Love it.
Yes.
I like
With
that.
a girl when I was younger.
Look at you go, Scott. I'm liking this.
Mercedes Casanova.
Mercedes
I'll
Casanova.
never
Is she a
forget the name.
stripper?
She was the daughter of the Argentinian consul to the UN.
Oh, that's why she had such an unusual name.
Mercedes.
Mercedes Casanova.
We know someone. No, not Mercedes. What's Matt's girlfriend's name?
Yeah. Oh, Genesis.
Genesis.
She's so cute.
Another vehicle.
Uh-oh, here you go.
We almost named Miles Hyundai.
His name though that wasn't available.
All right, 303-713-8255. Scott's back in the room. We're going to have an update. I'm not going to do it right now because we're going to go to this comment on that driveway and back to Alton. But here's the deal. Check this out. Scott actually talked to Mercedes of Denver. They're the ones that actually fixed the problem with the steering wheel or the no start, all these other problems. We're going to figure out exactly what happened. We're going to dig through Scott. And then should we get the caller back up or no need to do that, Scott? You can decide over break. What do you think?
Yeah, I
He
spoke
was
with
on
Rick,
with you.
and I don't think there's any reason to get him back on.
Okay,
the line.
I am dying to hear what Mercedes, and you did ask him if they thought the other shop was responsible. Oh, he's got all the info. He's got all the info. We're going to find out, but you're going to have to just wait. You're going to have to wait to find out. Now, Alton, Dave's got a comment on your driveway. Go ahead, Dave. What's your comment, sir?
Yeah, I've been doing utilities for over 50 years, and I'm from Pueblo, and I bet he lives over by the college or on the north side of town, and that stuff over by the college is that expansive shell.
Is that like bentonite? What is it?
Well, I wouldn't say I'm no engineer. I just dig holes, but it's just expensive clay.
Hey, what area of town are you in, Alton?
Hello?
Yeah, what area of town?
I live north side.
Is that where you're talking about, Dave? Or that's I'm sorry, I already forgot. I thought you said south side.
North side, yeah. It's over by the college is really bad, and over on the north side is really bad. I won't even do any work over there because you can't do anything about that stuff.
It sounds like that's probably what's going on, Alton, but let's stick to the exact same game plan we talked about. So make sure you give Kelly your information. Kelly, grab Alton's info so we can reach back out to him after he sends us the pictures and hopefully the report from the neighbor. Then we're kind of dig back into there. 303-713-8255. We have a couple lines open, or we will in a second. 303 Martino. Gary, this sounds horrible. What's going on with you, man?
Yeah, are you talking to me?
Yes, Gary, I'm talking to you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Mark. Yeah, it is pretty horrible.
What happened, man? I mean, I'm going to share with everybody what's on my screen. It says you're having an issue with Weld County and your daughter was killed.
Correct.
What happened to your daughter and when?
She, at the gas station on the north side of Nunn, a 19-year-old kid come pulling in there and drove right over with pickup with the left front wheel.
Oh my God, where was she? I'm sorry, where was your daughter? What, like, is this a parking lot? Is it the road?
Walking into the store, right in front of the store at Nunn, right in front of the gas station there. And kid come pulling in there, run over her. She was 3 months pregnant, killed her and the baby right on the spot.
Oh my God, Gary, I am so sorry. When did this happen?
4 weeks ago Monday.
Oh my God, this is such a new wound for you.
Oh God, it's tearing my family all to pieces.
I can't even imagine. Now, was the driver caught? I mean, for lack of a better words,
yes. I stirred up a hornet's nest. I damped a little town like Nunn. You know, it's 100, 200 people, whatever the population is.
Yeah.
The police chief up there is the one that did the investigation.
And what did the police chief
pretty
find?
Big conflict of interest there when a little town like that, where a good possibility, you know most of the people around. So,
I'm looking up the town now. My goodness, man. It's
right on, right up towards the Wyoming line. My daughter, I'm from down in Colorado. I sold my home and I moved my corporation up to Colorado.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. It's like a population of 500 people. It's right up by the border. It is a tiny town. What did the sheriff or what did the police chief? What did they find in the investigation?
I had been talking to the district attorney. I couldn't get no satisfaction from the police chief up in Nunn. They got their own police department.
But hold on, Gary, I don't want to glance over some of this. I'd like to know what the police chief had to say. What did his investigation find? It's apparent you don't agree with it, but what did they find?
That it was just careless driving, but she was walking into the store right out, 20 feet or so in front of the building, and he was pulling into a parking spot.
Yeah.
And he run over with the left front wheel of the pickup and crushed her.
Oh my God! Was he drinking?
He don't know. He never, no drugs or alcohol testing. This is about 7 o'clock in the morning.
Oh.
He never got his phone records or his cell phone stuff. I talked to Mr. Rourke, the DA up in Weld County yesterday, and said, well, I don't think cell phone records will make any difference anyway, but they charged him with careless driving resulting in death. It's just a misdemeanor.
Did you, when you talked to what DA did you talk to after you heard all of this from the police chief?
Mr. Rourke called me yesterday morning and said, nope, evidence shows it was careless driving. And I asked him, did anybody look at cell phone records yet and that stuff, or any drug or alcohol testing or anything? And he just said, well, no, but I don't think that'd make any difference anyway.
God, this is horrible, man. Here's what I'd like to do.
Oh, God, I
can't imagine, Gary. Here's what I'd like to do, though.
Can I throw in another one?
You can, but hold on. Hold on one second. I want to hear the rest of the story, but I've got to take this break. I promise I'll come back to you next. And the other thing I'd like to do, Kelly, if we could reach out to Joe Lazzara, I want to see if those kind of charges, is that the norm for what we're hearing? Or if this happened in, say, Douglas County, if this happened in Denver, I realize every circumstance is different, but I would like Joe Lazzara to give us his opinion on it after this.
Now, impact traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Clear driving through the Denver metro for the late morning commuters out there. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through town. I-70 east and westbound. Easy driving to TIA. Leaving TIA Pena Boulevard southbound. Some busy traffic between 56th and I-70. Only a minute or two of delays there. Heading out west into the high country. I-70 east and westbound. Closures continue through the Veterans Memorial Tunnel for intermittent rockfall mitigation work. I'm Mark Swan with traffic.
Everyone can agree that bullies are bad, but is there anything we can learn from them? This week on Red Pilled America, we tell stories of people facing off with bullies and the valuable lessons they've learned from them. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app. That's Red Pilled America.
Uncle Kevin, Sheridan Auto Tech, you want to find a place, well, I already found it for you, that can maintain your car or fix anything wrong with it? That's Sheridan Auto Tech. When it comes to electrical problems, the other guys can't even figure out, that's Sheridan Auto Tech. The best warranty around, nationwide, 3-year, 36,000 miles, Sheridan Auto Tech. Whether you just need an oil change, up to engine replacement, and the best diagnostics around, second opinion, pre-purchase inspections, Sheridan Auto Tech. Check them out at SheridanAutotech.com. I promise I use these guys. You're going to love them. SheridanAutotech.com. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. Check it out. Here's a family approach. Yep, a family approach to your retirement. They don't tell you just what to invest in. You could have all kinds of different investments. They're going to talk to you about actually going from your working self into retirement. They're going to talk about, of course, your investments, but taxes, ramifications, healthcare, your legacy. They're going to talk about your income requirements. Look, retirement planning is more than just managing investments. Going from that working self to that retirement self is a big deal. You need people that specialize in it and that can help you out in every aspect of it. Of course, it's a complimentary consultation. You can do it by phone or by video chat. You can go there in person. They'll come to you. It's worth the conversation. rpcenter.com. That's where it all starts, right there. RP, as in retirement planning, center.com. rpcenter.com. God, that is horrible.
Yeah.
Did you hear me on Lazzara?
Yep.
Kelly?
She's not here, but yeah.
Where is she?
Not here. What part of not here don't you know?
God bless.
I give her a hard time.
Bless.
Call her little Kit Kat bar.
Oh.
He's got lots of fluids going in and coming out, and I don't know.
Mimosas, most likely?
I try not to get involved
Could be.
in the fluid flow within women.
Micheladas.
If I took a shot every time Kelly didn't answer me, I would be so fucking drunk in the first 15 minutes of the show.
It'd almost be as bad as Tom's I didn't touch that drinking game.
Oh my God. If every
Right, I know what you're saying.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Try my micheladas. Have you ever had a michelada?
Yeah, like a red beer.
Yeah.
I will not have a red beer.
That is what I'm going to start calling it.
There is
red
no
beer,
reason.
Spicy, please.
Mixed tomato juice.
They're great for breakfast.
You like clam juice in your beer?
Oh my
That
God.
is, that's the part about it that's disgusting.
Oh my gosh.
Delicioso.
Speaking of bodily fluids.
Kelly, please try to get Joe Lazzara on.
He knows.
Did anyone hear how much the Fed dropped rates today?
No.
I don't know if they did they?
They were projected to.
Was it? It was like 98% it was going to be a quarter.
Oh.
No, 10 minutes.
It's only 25 basis points.
25 bips, and then at 12:30 they speak, and that's going to be.
That's where.
After this,
Okay.
I really have to pee.
You didn't pee just now?
I went to get water.
45 minutes. See, flew it in. Later flew it out.
I see. Thank you, Shannon, for your.
Hi, Joe. It's Kelly over at Martino. How are you?
I love the.
I'm good. Okay, so we have
Commentary.
a
I
gentleman
appreciate
named Gary
that.
on the line, and his daughter was killed in a very freak accident up in Weld County. She was.
How do you run into someone at 7 a.m. in a parking lot?
That's really sad.
I met a woman at
I thought he said she was 19 and
Craig Rehabilitation Hospital who was working at a gas station, and she was down checking the fuel levels.
Yeah, if it's her.
And a truck ran over, paralyzed her.
Oh, my God. Nunn, Colorado.
Yeah, I think her name is Callie.
Death. Now, this is way old.
3 minutes of what?
Callie Glass, Weld County, Kali.
Here it is. Just wait a minute.
All right, Kelly's leaving again. She'll be back.
I just have to pee.
That's okay. What do I say? I say nothing.
You can't talk about that.
Yeah, well, no. The common sense would say, why didn't you do that when you left the first time?
Because I went to get water.
Exactly.
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 Now we know why she has to pee.
Exactly.
It's a finely tuned machine down there.
Yes. Yes.
I got you, Lazara. Shut up.
Wow.
Wow. And are you back now?
Nope. She's gone.
Oh.
Awesome.
Shannon.
Here you go.
All right, 303-713-8255. We have Joseph A. Lazara on. He's on our referral list at referrallist.com. Of course, he is an attorney at law that specializes in criminal activity. Now, that sounds weird, right? Now, that didn't sound great for Joe, but Joe's a criminal defense attorney. And, Joe, I've got a question for you. This is so serious. It's nuts, man. I just don't know if it's normal or not. So, Gary, and I'll bring Gary up if you have any questions for him in general. So, Gary, you're up as well. But, Joe, Gary, I'm sorry, it was your granddaughter, right?
No, my daughter.
Your daughter. And Suzanne, I think, found the article, but she was 29, right?
29 years old, but they put in the paper isn't correct. She's got two boys at home. I won't say their names. They're 5 and 6 years old, and then she was 3 months pregnant.
Yeah, I got you. I wanted to make sure the article was, somewhat correct. So, Joe, here's what happened. I mean, basically, she was walking into a gas station in Nunn, Colorado. It's a little town, like 500 people. Is that kind of like a convenience store / gas station, Gary? I just don't know.
Yeah.
And she was actually in, like, the parking lot, not, like, on the street?
No. She was right in front of the building.
Yeah, right. So she's walking into this, Joe, and this car comes in and basically runs over, crushes her, kills her and the baby. The chief of police, of course, is on the investigation, and ultimately they charge the guy with what, Gary?
Careless driving resulting in death.
Careless driving resulting in death. They didn't do any kind of toxicology, according to Gary, but it did happen at 7 a.m. in the morning, so I'm not exactly sure what that generally looks like. But that careless driving...
They never got the cell phone records either. That is one of the biggest things.
Well, that's the other thing, Joe. He's saying maybe this guy was like staring at his phone. But let's kind of say, regardless of what they didn't do, from your experience, what would typically be done, Joe?
Yeah, I mean, as far as the investigation, usually police officers are trying to determine the why. And is the person not paying attention? Is the person on their phone? Is the sun blocking them? But careless driving resulting in death sounds kind of trivial, but at the same time, a lot of times accidents just happen. And that's the charge for when accidents happen and people, unfortunately, are killed in these types of cases. You can upgrade the charge if obviously alcohol is involved or something they believe that he's intoxicated or impaired by alcohol or drugs, or if the person's driving, in a reckless manner. But usually if it's simply, hey, I didn't see that person crossing, sun's in my eyes, something of that sort, it's careless driving resulting in death, which could, one, carry jail, two, carries potential loss of license. Usually people are placed on probation, have a ton of community service. Those are generally standard penalties for that type of charge.
Joe, when he talks about they didn't pull any text records, I understand where he's coming to. He's basically saying, hey, this guy could have been texting or, for that matter, watching a YouTube video on the phone or something, and that distracted him and that caused it. Let's say that was the case and they did the research, they pulled the records, and somehow they could prove that he was texting at that exact time. How that's actually done, I don't know, but let's say it could be. Would that actually change the charge, or most likely not? Because Gary seems to be kind of fixated on that. Or would the charge, even if he was doing that, still be most likely the careless driving?
In all likelihood, it'd probably still be the careless driving. Now, let's say he's hot rodding going through the parking lot at 100 miles an hour.
Big difference.
You might be able to upgrade that, or if he's intoxicated, you'd be able to upgrade it. But a lot of these cases, it seems like it's not enough for the family who just lost two loved ones. But generally, more often than not, that's the charge, and it's hard. So, the charges aren't serious enough on the criminal side, and you have that civil recovery, and that's not even enough.
Hey, Joe, I have got this break coming up, but I'd like to hold you over if Gary's got any questions, or Kelly can call you back. Is that cool?
Yeah, absolutely.
And I also want to talk to you. Suzanne and I were helping our son out in Nebraska, and I noticed these signs everywhere in the state of Colorado that basically say you can get pulled over now or get into a lot of trouble if your phone's in your hand. And I'm curious if this happened next year, if there would have been, as of January 1st, I guess. But I'm curious if this happened next year, if it would be different. So please do me that favor and hold on. Kelly, see what he wants to do, but he'll hold with us. And everybody else, just hang tight. We do have a couple lines open. Gary, I'm going to let you talk to Joe when we get back with any questions you have. Yeah, we saw those signs everywhere.
Yeah, we did.
Something changes January 1st if you have your phone in your
just in
hand.
case Gary has any questions?
Yeah.
Haven't you seen that on the highway yet?
Okay, perfect. All right, hold on.
Gosh, I just feel like they're everywhere right now.
All right, Gary, we have our lawyer, Joe Lazera, on, and
So,
he's going to go ahead
Ryan,
and answer
real quick
any
here, 'cause I'll be
questions
hitting you
you have,
pretty good
okay?
next hour.
Hang on for me.
And you, Frank. In general,
Not right now.
30-year,
You're on a
15-year,
break.
20-year,
So
any
you're gonna when I
terms.
put you on
You
hold,
also
you're gonna
do
be able
reverse.
to hear the
Mhm.
commercials,
And
and then
then what
you'll
else?
hear when we come back.
You guys do seconds?
Okay.
I've got
All
a
right,
second
no problem.
program. I got a HELOC program.
Okay.
We do
I don't know what I'm doing.
non-QM loans. Those are they're not conventional Fannie Freddie.
Yeah.
The bank statements.
That was great.
There's a loan called a DSCR loan.
We'll talk about those.
Yep.
But you can do a VA, I assume.
VA is about 50% of my business.
Okay, a lot of it because of the springs?
Yeah,
Or?
we do a lot of VA springs. A lot of it.
Okay, cool.
Best loan out there.
Well, for them, yeah, if you qualify for it, sure.
Yeah.
Do you do any of the first lines of credits like CMG
Don't hang up
does?
on me. That's fine.
First lines of credit.
Yeah, like so on our house we don't owe a nickel, but we have a line of credit that's 80% and it's locked in for 30 years.
Oh.
So we have access to 80% of our equity for 30 years.
At any time.
At any time.
And
there's no pulling it, canceling it. It's there.
It's basically like a HELOC, but it's for 30 years.
It's 30 years. Yeah.
I don't have.
Okay. I think the only one that has that
We're
is
both
basically
gonna
CMG.
cry.
And then if you have a certain amount, if you do, or if you are carrying a balance,
I thought they
whatever
were
you
gonna
have in
open
their
again.
checking account or saving offsets what the payment is.
Yes.
And you can do interest only if you wanted
Yep.
to.
Correct.
It's a cool product.
Yes. Please come to Colorado.
Yeah, exactly. If you're just.
I think they also call them all-in-one loans.
You know what? There used to be a different one, though. There was sweet tomatoes, and then there
Interest
was, like,
rate's a little higher, but you have, access to a shitload of cash anytime you want.
That one also.
And whatever kind of payment you want.
Yep.
And the loan will eat itself.
Okay.
You have $200,000 out there for whatever. You go out, you buy something, $200,000, maybe an investment property. You don't even got to make a payment on that $200,000. It'll just eat off the line. In other words, it'll take the payment from the rest of the credit available.
Yep.
They had the best broccoli
Like a
cheese.
reverse warranty.
Oh, I know. Exactly.
In that way, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. No, just broccoli cheese. That's all I want in my life.
I like broccoli. I like cheese.
Uh-oh, you don't
But
like
I
it in
cannot put the two
Boy, that poor
together.
guy. I knew Joe was going to say that too.
Yeah.
He basically described exactly what that charge
No.
is. But when you think about it, it doesn't sound bad, does it? It sounds like
No,
a
it
slap
doesn't.
on the wrist.
I love both.
I'll be curious when I ask
But
Joe
when
how much
you
jail
touch-
time.
No, I don't know why. I can't explain it at all.
Weird.
Yeah,
I gotta tell you.
I completely agree.
But coming from a person...
You can't talk.
I know. I was
Hey,
just
Dragon.
going to say, coming from a person who has really interesting...
Dragon, can you pull Joe up for me?
What?
Can you pull up line 6 so I can talk to him
Yeah,
on YouTube or whatever?
should be good.
Hey, Joe,
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you when we come back. Right now, you're just on YouTube with me, but so you're still kind of online, just so you know. But I'm going to ask you about that, and then I also want to talk to you in general. Do they generally see jail time for something like this? I mean, I have no idea what the DA would be seeking in this particular case. And then I want to, of course, get into our normal DUI, what to do, what not to do, all right?
Absolutely.
All right. You can put him back on hold. Well, no, we're actually, who cares? What else has been going on outside of work, man? You doing all right?
Yeah, just getting ready for the holidays.
You going anywhere? What are you guys doing?
Just sticking around.
Yeah. We don't know what we're going to do yet, man. We might fly in and yeah, it's weird. We have no kids for the first time ever.
Hey, Joe, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So we're trying to find out if, with photo radar tickets now, are they mandatory that you pay them? In the past, if you got a photo radar ticket, you just kind of let it go, and unless they served you personally,
in
you
California,
didn't have to do anything. Has that changed?
We used to have...
I haven't seen anything changing related to that, no.
Yeah, because there was a rumor that now you have to pay them, and I didn't think that was true.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything. I did see that, flashing lights on the highways about, hands on the wheel, not your phone.
Right.
And I knew all that's going into effect, but I haven't seen anything on the
God, they're everywhere, man. From here to Wyoming, what is that? It must be Colorado State Patrol signs. Every single one of them talks about the phone.
Yeah, I just saw Parker PD post something on that, and I think they're going to have some incentive.
You know what's crazy? Think about this. If you have your phone up in January 1st, you get whatever ticket. I don't know what it is. But if you're putting on lipstick or shoving a Big Mac down your pie hole and not paying attention, you don't get in trouble. I mean, how do they single out one thing like that? Don't you find that odd, Joe?
So that's interesting.
It's the government making sense. Yeah, you could eat, you can put your makeup on, you can do whatever the heck you want to do, but as long as you have that hands-free phone, you're fine.
Yeah, that's it's so nuts thinking of stuff like that. All right, hold tight. We'll be back in about a minute. Thanks,
Okay.
Dragon.
That and you're being charged $75,
Yeah.
Oh, talking about the $75 fine for crossing the lines.
Oh my God, we have so many calls
He
on
doesn't
that.
see those highway signs for the new laws because his commute is 1 mile.
Where do you live?
I'm on the north end of Colorado Springs. My office is a mile from my house.
So you're right at about Woodman?
I'm on basically Air Force Academy.
Yeah.
If you go directly west of I-25, I'm like right there.
We just stayed at that new hotel we went.
Oh, yeah.
Polaris,
I'm going
yeah.
there in a couple weeks because we're going to an Air Force hockey game. I haven't been there yet. But
Air Force hockey.
That we like their football
We
games.
sponsor a player.
Oh,
really?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Your son is?
No, we sponsor a cadet. He's
Oh,
a hockey
cool.
player. Yeah.
very cool.
Yeah, we have not been there yet, but I'm pretty
It's
excited
a
about
cool
it.
hotel.
Yeah. So you have the auto drive on yours? I've got a why.
Mark, did you grow up watching pro wrestling, or did you care?
I don't watch it.
You thought it was junk?
Oh, you mean growing up?
When you were a kid, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Like on Sundays, we'd play it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just
it's
wondered.
cool, but
No, absolutely, man.
I was just talking I was talking about Hulk and Macho and all those guys.
Who's a really Andre the Giant?
Yeah.
One of the biggest mistakes ever. When is Colorado finally going to push back showing mid-4?
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome to the show, the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints, try to make your life a little bit better. In the case of this poor guy we got on the phone now, lost his daughter 4 weeks ago up in Weld County, Nunn, Colorado. She was hit and killed by a car in the parking lot. It's absolutely a horrible story. And we have one of our attorneys on who's an expert at referralist.com, Joe Lazare, our criminal attorney. And basically what I asked Joe in general, if something like this happens, and by the way, Joe, this happened at 7 a.m. in the morning. He said there was no toxicology. Would that be pretty typical if an officer shows up, the ambulance shows up, and there's no signs of intoxication? Would it be normal even in a death like this? There would be no toxicology?
Unfortunately, it is kind of normal.
Yeah, okay.
If they don't have any indicators, they won't do it.
It's 7 a.m. too. I mean, I'm not saying people aren't drunk at 7 a.m. My God, if you've ever been to a Mexican resort, or if you've ever been to Las Vegas, there's a lot of holes in that one. But absolutely, positively, at 7 a.m. in general, they don't smell alcohol, anything like that. You're saying typically, it doesn't matter where it happens, or at least in Colorado, there probably is not going to be toxicology.
Yeah, unfortunately. I mean, I think the better practice is they should, but more often than not, it's just not done.
And then what does someone face as far as, I don't know, jail time, I guess? I doubt they'd go to prison for careless driving, creating death. What is a typical sentence, if there is such a thing? Or what does the statute read as far as what a judge can sentence?
Yeah, I mean, realistically, they're probably looking at probation, court costs, potential fine, community service, maybe some classes like defensive driving or victim empathy or something of that sort. But it does carry a potential jail sentence. I believe it's up to a year, and it could affect their license as well. But more often than not, and we've unfortunately have handled several of these cases, we're able to negotiate it down to something where it doesn't affect the license. There's no jail. It's just, a lot of times they're looking at significant community service, like 100 hours and probation.
Well, like you said, though, I mean, basically what this charge is for an accident. I mean, simple as that, without other circumstances tying into it. Now, Gary, hearing all that, and I can just tell in my heart you didn't want to hear this kind of information, because I'd be with you, man. If this was my daughter, I would think this is such a travesty of justice and all that, but that's just not the way our system works. But I do have Joe on right now if you have any follow-up questions for him, Gary.
No, it
sucks.
Yeah, it's tearing my family over pieces.
I can't even imagine, Gary.
Two little boys. She's got two little boys at home, 5, 6 years old, and had the whole world by the ass. Said just everything was going her way. And
Gary, I don't mean to switch the conversation into this, because it might seem heartless for some people listening. Yeah. But have you talked to a personal injury attorney? Because regardless of the criminal aspect of this, there is liability.
Yeah. No, I've got somebody looking into it, and that's just in the early stages.
Did the guy have insurance, or you don't even know?
They haven't even given us his insurance information.
Well, but you have you engaged?
The guy's name finally a couple days ago.
Gary, this is very important. Have you engaged with an attorney? You have an attorney looking into it?
Yes.
Okay, good. Because that's what those kids are going to need, is whatever compensation you can get out of it. I mean, they still need to be fed. You get all that, and I'm sure you and your wife or significant other or whomever will do it. But you know, that money helps for the kids big time.
Yeah,
it sucks, man. So Gary,
it's wrong. You know, whether it's a law or not, it's just plain wrong.
Out of curiosity, if you could wave a magic wand, in your eyes, what would be fair? Let's say he wasn't drunk, and I don't think he was because of the timing and because of the police didn't do anything. But who knows? We'll never know. No matter what, we'll never know. And let's say let's say he was looking at his phone or he was distracted, because it's impossible to believe he wasn't distracted because he ran over and killed her. So we know he was distracted. So if you had a magic wand and you were the judge and you could sentence anything, what do you think would be fair?
Involuntary manslaughter.
Well, punishment-wise.
I'd like to see him do a minimum of a year.
The one thing I will tell Gary.
Hold on, go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, the one thing I'll tell Gary is he has an absolute right to participate in the criminal case. So the defendant would have been charged with this careless driving resulting in death. He has a right to not only let the court know, but also the DA know his position, what he thinks is an appropriate sentence, and they must take that into consideration. That doesn't mean they'll always go along with it, but he has a right to participate in the hearings.
I'm not getting any cooperation with the DA.
Yeah, that's what I was going to... I forgot to kind of tell Joe that. So he did not like the charges brought, of course, by the police. And then he reached out to the DA, and the DA's office, I guess, said they looked into it, whatever, and got back to him and said, yeah, these charges are correct in this circumstance. So he has kind of went down that route. But Joe, I guess really what you're saying, though, is he has a right to be just notified of all the court dates and everything else as well?
Absolutely. He has a right to appear in court. He has a right to object to any potential plea bargains. And he has a right to make a statement at sentencing and ask the court to impose whatever he deems appropriate in a case like this.
Gary, you should stay diligent and do that. You should, basically make yourself known.
Yeah, absolutely. I plan on following every step of this.
I got you.
And that I think it's really an injustice.
I trust me, man. I get where you're coming from, Gary.
What bothers me the most is he run over with the left front wheel of the pickup. He had to drive right around her to hit her. He was making a left into the parking lot or into the parking spot right there, and he run over with the left front. You know, she was right in his face. Something's missing in this whole puzzle.
Yeah. Gary, we feel for you here on the show big time, man. Kelly, do me a favor. Let's make sure we have his info just so we can follow up in the future. There's nothing anybody's going to do at this point, but if you stay diligent and stay on top of it, Gary, and, hold the DA's feet to the fire, hold the judge's feet to the fire, at least make your feelings known.
Can the Colorado Attorney General step in?
I don't think so. Joe, is that even a possibility? Not. I mean, to me, this sounds, Joe, like everything's being done normal.
Yeah, unfortunately. And Gary's welcome to call my office. I'd be more than happy to talk to him.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
So anyhow, let's go there, Gary. We're going to grab your information. Joe doesn't mind talking to you. Joe, I want to switch gears a little here. This new law coming into effect, everybody sees these signs everywhere. What do you know about it? It basically says if you have your phone in your hand, you're going to get a ticket.
Correct. And you're facing on a first offense, $75 fine, 2 points against your license.
Oh my God! Wait a minute. 2 points against your license?
Yeah, so basically penalties for violating the new law start with a $75 fine, 2-point license suspension points for the first offense, and then first-time violators can have the charge dismissed if they provide proof of purchasing a hands-free accessory.
Oh, my God.
And then obviously repeat offenders facing more fines and more points off their license.
You know, I'm going to say devil's advocate here. I hate this law. I think it's dumb, and I'm going to tell you why. You know how many times I look over and some lady's putting on makeup in the car? She doesn't get the 2 points for doing that. She would only get in trouble for doing that if it created an accident or it created her to weave out of the line. I find it crazy if I'm holding a phone and I'm driving the speed limit and I'm doing everything correctly that I can now be punished by 2 points and the fine, but other people can be shoving a Big Mac down their pie hole and run into somebody, but they don't get that extra 2 points, right?
Absolutely.
Wouldn't you call that a victimless crime if there was no victim? I mean, if we've ever heard of a victimless crime before, it would be the fact I have my phone in my hand while I'm in the car. I can have a banana in my hand. I can have, well, I'm not even going to say, I can have anything else in my hand, but my God, if you have your phone, you're in trouble. How's that possible? You could have some perv. I'm not even going to go there. I think people know what I'm going to say. They wouldn't get in trouble, would they? They wouldn't get the extra 2 points if they're following the road rules.
I agree with you. I think the most frustrating thing is we drive down the road every single day. How many people are eating a hamburger or French fries or whatever? And they're more dangerous than me talking on my phone driving down.
Well, I think the biggest thing is people putting on makeup, guy or girl these days, but whatever. So here's the other thing I want people to know. Then I appreciate you coming on, but I always tell people this. If they're coming up on a road sobriety checkpoint, a couple things. One, what we understand from talking to you all the time is they have to give you an option to turn off and not participate. So there'll be plenty of signs, right, Joe, saying, hey, sobriety checkpoint ahead, and they have to give you a place to not participate and turn and go a different way.
Yes.
Period, end of story. Now, if they ask you at the sobriety checkpoint, have you been drinking, your best scenario, whether you've been drinking or not, is not even to answer or to say no. Because if you do admit to drinking, then all of a sudden they can pull you out. You're giving them probable cause to do a lot of other stuff. Is that correct?
Yeah, once you admit drinking or they detect alcohol, they're going to move into the next phase, have you pull over, and they're going to have you do voluntary roads.
So typically, let's say you just left Applebee's and you had one beer and you were there for an hour and you know you're not intoxicated, and you hit one of these checkpoints, or you get pulled over just by yourself and they say, have you been drinking? And you say, yeah, I had one beer at Applebee's. That within itself basically opens you up to everything when it comes to drinking, right?
It opens up the door to the next part of the investigation.
So what would you tell people typically to do in a scenario like that? Do you just not say anything? Because let's face it, how awkward would that be? The cop says, have you been drinking? And you go, I'm not going to tell you. I mean, that within itself is crazy, but they're not supposed to do anything at that point, right?
Yeah, I would always tell somebody to say no. And then the next step is the officer either has to let you go on your merry way, or if they have enough information, they can proceed to the next part.
And then if they ask you, let's say they say they smell alcohol and you haven't been drinking, but whatever. So at that point, because they say they can smell alcohol, can you decline to take the roadside breathalyzer, or you get in big trouble for that? And then can you decline to where you touch your nose and hop up and down on your toes and all that stuff?
So all roadside maneuvers, including the portable breath test on the scene, are voluntary. You do not have to do those. Those are used to help them establish probable cause to determine whether or not you're intoxicated or impaired.
Got it.
Now, where I run into people that have problems is they'll refuse the chemical test once they've been arrested.
And that could be a blood test. That's typically a blood test?
It could be blood or breath. And what's interesting is Douglas County is now taking the approach that if you refuse, fine, they'll mark you as a refusal. You're potentially losing your license for at least a year.
Yep.
But, oh, by the way, we're going to get a warrant, and we're going to seize your blood anyway. And we're going to use your blood result against you.
Oh, so if you do refuse, no matter what, you're going to lose. In fact, that's not actual criminal, is it? At that point, that's DMV revoking your right to drive because you agreed in the state of Colorado when you got a license, you would submit or you would lose your license. But that's not getting a DUI. So what you're saying is not only do you lose it for that year, which is more of what, an administrative hearing?
Yes, it's administrative civil hearing.
Then they'll come after you, they'll get your blood, and then they'll go after the DUI.
Exactly.
Hey, out of curiosity, if that happened to somebody, and tell me if you've run into this with any clients, they do pull it, and there is no alcohol. Do they still lose their license for a year? How strange would that be? But they probably do because of the refusal, right?
They do, and it's scary.
But Joe, would you recommend somebody who hasn't had any alcohol to do a roadside breath test?
Just to save time.
Yeah, if you haven't been drinking, absolutely, I do a portable breath test. And if for some reason you got arrested, I would do a chemical test, whether that's blood or breath, because you don't want to go through the hassle. And that's the one piece of evidence that will prove your innocence.
Correct.
But if you're...
Okay, Joe, then I'm going to ask you, I got to take this break, but I'm going to ask you one more question, then I'll give your info out. But if someone has been drinking, and is there any time you would ever say you shouldn't have taken the chemical test, the one you have to?
Yeah, we do. I mean, everything you do is evidence that's used against you. So if you've been drinking, you're highly intoxicated, and you have multiple priors, yeah, that evidence is just going to hang you.
It's going to hang you because it could be a felony at that point. You could be facing 10 years or whatever.
Yeah, a lot of times you're better off not giving the state evidence to convict you.
Got it. But like you said, Douglas County now, they're gonna grab it anyhow. And honestly, I don't have a problem with that. But you know what? This guy, everybody listening, Joe knows the system inside and out. He does flat rate pricing, at least on DUIs. But pretty much anything criminal, Joe can handle. He's a great guy. And the reason I tell you this is I want you to put his phone number in your phone right now, because when something happens, you need that number. You don't want to be Googling some clown's number. You want Joe Lazzara. He knows the judges. He knows the DAs. If you're guilty, he's going to get you the best deal possible out there. And if you're innocent, he's going to get up and convince a jury you didn't do anything wrong. Joe Lazzara, 303-429-6200, 303-429-6200. I got to take a break, I promise. We've got a question on a home edition. We've got a couple questions by text on loans, and then Cheryl has a question or a problem with a landlord. One line open, 303-Martino, 303-Martino. I'm Chuck McDowell. I used to sell timeshares, and I sold a shitload. Then I decided I shouldn't be selling them anymore. So now I'm helping you get out of them.
Oops. Fat finger.
Integra and the Art, right? Those are updated? Open enrollment is just about over. You got to make that decision. If you haven't shopped around for a new health insurance plan, maybe you were getting tax credits last year. You might be making more money. That plan might have went up. Maybe you're not making as much, and you can actually save money. You need to call Integra Insurance. These guys are going to get you the best plan out there for you and yours, and make sure you're paying the least amount of money. It's simple, it's smart, it's Integra Health Insurance. Please give them a call. They're part of the Colorado Open Enrollment Center. 25 years plus of dealing with Coloradians and health insurance. They can go over cost sharing, tax credits, you name it. They know it, and of course, it never costs you a dime. 303-466-5500. Don't use these people out of state. My goodness, they don't know who you are. They don't care. These guys are a family that's in town. I have personally been using them for over 10 years. They're the best thing I ever found when it comes to health insurance. 303-466-5500. IntegraInsurance.com. The Art of Granite. When I talk about different companies like Integra, the Art of Granite, I use them. In fact, I've used Mitch Floria 4 or 5 times. We've had multiple bathrooms done, our laundry room and part of our kitchen. The countertops are absolutely gorgeous. You know what I love about Mitch? If you go to his yard and he doesn't have the exact granite, the marble, the quartz, whatever you want, you can use his wholesale account and go anywhere else. He'll tell you the different places to go, and you can pick out whatever. He makes all his money on the fabrication. And by the way, his pricing is better than anybody I know. He is so sure of his pricing. Listen to this. He'll give you a quote right over the phone. You want to know how much that new kitchen, maybe surprise the wife for a new bathroom for Christmas, maybe get that kitchen done finally, bring the value of that house up. I want you to check out the artofgranite.com. That's theartofgranite.com. Call Mitch up. Get that quote right now. Theartofgranite.com. I've got to do those right now. Let me see what I got. Oh, you're right. I'll knock you out. I'll knock you out. Oh, yes. Okay.
Hi, Frank. Smile for the camera.
Frankie, baby.
The camera's right there.
Where?
Frank, if you had to pick a cuss word.
Oh, jeez.
if you had to cuss, you're so mad, like Doc cut you off in the parking lot.
I'd say, doggone it, Doc.
I knew
Darn
it was
it.
going to be doggone.
Darn it to heck.
But then he'd run me over.
That's right.
He wouldn't cuss, but he'd run your ass over.
Shucks.
He said, Mark, you're not a shucks and darn kind of guy. Gee Willikers. Yes. Now, anybody that says gee Willikers should just be just in trouble in general.
It just sounds
right?
Brady Bunch to me, man.
Gee Willikers.
Hey, how's Brendan doing?
Thanks for asking. He's doing good. You know, he's learning the business. I'm taking him with me on appointments so he can learn it firsthand. You know.
So he brought his son into the fold. But listen to this. This is the part that is unbelievable. They get up every morning and they go down. They got a nice gym in their house. And you work out for what, a half hour, basically?
About an hour, yeah.
An hour?
Yeah.
They go down every morning and work out an hour before they go off on the road, him and his son.
Yeah.
His son's built
He keeps me
like
going,
a box.
man.
How old is he?
21.
Okay.
So trying to keep up with a 21-year-old, you know.
It's harder.
Oh, man. And he can deadlift like crazy.
What does he deadlift, like 3 or what?
He's close. He's not at 3 yet, I don't think, but it's a lot.
Stephanie's son can do 350.
Yeah, I heard it. He already benches 350.
Does he bench 350?
That's what I thought they said. I
Oh,
could be
my
wrong.
God.
Yeah.
Stephanie Riggs?
No, Stephanie Thomas.
Oh, so yeah. I'm
Yeah.
up to 12 pounds.
Are you up to 12
Yeah.
pounds? All right, man.
Got me beat. She'll go into yoga and do what they call sculpt, so it's like very aerobic. And she'll have weights on her ankles, weights in her hand, just weights everywhere.
Staying active.
Why would you lie to me earlier?
Is Kelly in there?
Yeah.
Okay, I figured so. I was going to tell you something about
It's
her,
a
but since
rarity,
she's
but
in
yeah,
there.
she's in here.
Yeah.
We should have had a pizza Wednesday.
Oh, I do not need that sort of gut bone. Blah.
I love how this is top news everywhere, this Aurora thing. And it was not long ago. It was all bullshit. There's no gang members, maybe a couple, but everybody's blowing this out of hand. Okay. Now there's 19 arrested in one day. They pulled people's fingernails off.
Please, Pittsburgh. Nothing to see here, please.
I love that, Dragon. It's crazy. Nothing to see here. Don't believe those lying eyes.
21 and 18.
Oh, okay, so they're okay. Ours are
Close.
It's going to be 23 and 25.
Oh, okay. So we're close.
This spring.
Your
Yeah.
kids
My
in
son and I
school,
work
Mike?
out too.
Oh, good.
Oh.
Yeah. Is he the 18
My 21-year-old. Yeah.
You want to hear something crazy, Frank?
What's that?
Our daughter will be the youngest
Yeah.
ever in Wyoming
Yeah.
to pass the bar.
God bless her.
Can you believe
That's
that?
awesome.
Now, granted, there's only like 7 people there.
Yeah.
But
But
I would
Mark,
say
I always remember the story when you kept them in karate to finish what they started. And they got their black
third
belts.
degree black belt.
And you taught them discipline at a young age. That's awesome. Because that's what you have to do. You can't start something and quit it. You got to learn early.
They would go so back and forth. I'm sure parents that like maybe had an instrument they tried to keep the kids in probably had the same thing, but like they would hate going to Taekwondo. But then a month later, they'd be so involved and love it. Then they'd hate it again. Over 15 years.
Did they post the rates yet?
They dropped a quarter, and mortgage rates are getting worse as we speak.
Let's talk about that. Because that seems so counter.
Yeah,
because mortgage is tied to the bond market. And
10 seconds here, guys.
Yeah, they're like, mortgage rate.
Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Okay, so a little bit of good news out there, but it's going to be shocking what it means to home ownership and refinancing, getting cash out. By the way, Frank Duran, the real estate man, in with me, and then Ryan Herbig. He's been on our referral list at referrallist.com. Welcome into studio, by the way, Ryan. And I'm hoping to see more of you here. But here's the bottom line. American Liberty Mortgage, you guys do about every kind of loan known to man. You guys do reverses, of course, 15, 30s, 20s, really whatever people need as far as lending, cash outs. You even do HELOC loans if they just want to tap in and maybe update that kitchen or whatever.
Yeah, we do HELOCs. We do all the traditional stuff, conventional FHA, VA. We got outside of the box loans. We can use bank statements to qualify. We have very, very good programs for investors.
What does that mean, you can use bank statements? So instead of like having to talk about your job history, you can go off of basically just assets?
Yeah, so
an asset-based loan, whether it's cash or whatever.
Well, it's a bank statement loan is typically going to be for a self-employed person that doesn't claim enough income on their taxes to qualify.
Because they're trying to save money on their taxes.
Correct.
And probably every contractor in the world falls into that.
A lot of self-employed people do. So we can actually take 12 months of their bank statements and they will add that income up. And depending on the type of business, they'll take an expense ratio off of that, and we can use that as qualifying income. I'm actually working on one right now.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah.
And the success rate is fine. I mean, it all comes down to numbers.
Yeah, we can actually submit the bank statements to any of our investors that do them, and they'll calculate the income. And in about a day, we'll have the income, and then we know exactly how much we can use.
So about 2 minutes ago, interest rates just dropped a quarter. Is that what the Fed did?
The Fed funds rate dropped 0.25%.
Yeah, so think about this. This is amazing to me. So what that means in general, that's the money the banks borrow from the feds, from the government.
Exactly.
So they are now borrowing. All these banks around are literally borrowing. You got to remember, they borrow money every night, basically, depending on where they are. I mean, this money moves around so quick, it's crazy. But right now, the banks are borrowing at a quarter point less.
Correct.
But interest rates have reacted for homes, like a 30-year fix, has reacted how in the last 10 minutes or whatever?
Mortgage rates are actually going up.
Now, explain that. I mean, it's not the first time it happens, and I don't mean get into a crazy story about it, but eventually it should catch up?
Yeah. So the Fed funds rate, as you mentioned, is the rate that banks borrow money. So that's going to affect your auto loans, your home equity lines of credit, bank-specific loans. Mortgage loans are driven by mortgage-backed securities, which are traded a little bit differently. Also, they're somewhat tied to the 10-year note. But what we're seeing is, so the Fed dropped a quarter today. However, in the last couple of months, we've had some higher inflation numbers than what the Fed wants to see.
Yeah, of course.
So what's moving mortgage rates in a bad direction is we believe the Fed next year is only going to lower once or twice instead of, they were talking about 4 to 5 quarter point drops.
So it was a conversation afterwards. They weren't talking 4 or 5 total points now. They're only talking.
We're talking 25 or 50 basis points or a quarter or 0.5% instead of 1 to 1.5% that was expected next year. Yeah.
Hey, both of you have been in the business a long time. Frank Duran, the real estate man, Ryan. So looking back in your careers, either lending or selling homes, what would you say the average or median, I don't even know if I want to put it that way. I want to go back to average. No, that's not fair. It's not fair in either way. The median interest rates on a 30-year mortgage, because people got really used to 2 and 3%. I know people that were doing cash outs because in Colorado, the equity was going up so quick, they could do a cash out every 6 or 8 months. And they're basically selling their house the slow way, but they were pulling cash out constantly. What would you say in your careers the average was?
I would say mid-5s to mid-6s.
5.5 to 6.5.
Yeah.
Frank?
I mean, that sounds about right. I say, between 4 and 5, maybe in the 6s, but boy, I've done it for 30 years. I remember when the rates were a lot higher too, and then they went really low. And then I remember we purchased, I think, at a 4% interest rate there. They were down there around 4% for a while. So
our first house, Suzanne and I bought from U.S. Homes in Parker, Colorado, Clark Farms. The house was brand new, $110,000, 1993, babe. Is that right? 1993. The interest rate was basically 7%, 6.9, and that was just the going rate at the time. So that's 1993, but the house was only 110. Yeah. That house probably right now sells, I would assume, 400,000. I mean, maybe, but crazy amounts.
Or way more. We got very spoiled after the mortgage meltdown because between 2010 and 2022, interest rates were being artificially held low by the Fed.
Yeah, of course.
So that was an unusual.
What's really strange about that is the people in their 20s or the people that were first-time home buyers in that period of time now look at the rates now like they're insane, and they're not. I mean, 6.5% is not insane by any means. You could go talk to my dad during Jimmy Carter that had a 13% mortgage all day long. You can go back to where Suzanne and I bought our first house in the early 90s, and 7% was average. So, I mean, where we're sitting right now is not crazy. But if you came up in if you were 25 years old in 2010, you thought interest rates were always this low.
Yeah.
You guys do VA too, right?
Yes. A lot of VA.
You do a ton of VA.
Yeah. It's about half of my business.
Half of your business.
Yeah.
And what's the biggest deal? VA, you can get 100% loan to value.
Yep. Yeah, you can borrow 100%.
And then how about cash out?
You can go up to 100% on a cash out.
100% even on a cash out.
Yep. And the rates are typically going to be a little bit lower than a conventional loan. The qualifications are typically going to be a little bit easier. We can go to lower credit scores. They're a little more friendly to get qualified, but obviously you've got to be a veteran.
All right, real quick, Cheryl, what's going on with you?
Oh, thank you for taking my call.
Of course, Cheryl.
Love your show. Real quick, I'm a landlord. The way you worded it, I think you thought I had a problem with the landlord, but I am the landlord.
Oh, okay.
I have a problem with the tenant.
So you've got a problem with the tenant.
Great tenants, but I just keep hanging in there with them.
What, are they always late? I mean, give me an idea.
Always late. Always late. They eventually did pay up, and then they're back to being late again.
They just drag it on. Okay, hold tight. I want to do a couple things. One, I want to find out exactly what your question is, but I think we'd probably like to get on our real estate attorney, and I like having experts on whenever. So, Kelly, maybe we reach out to Brad O'Brien. Jan's got a problem with a dentist. There is nothing like having trouble with the dentist. We had one dentist years ago. God, I say years, 5-6 years ago. The kid had braces, orthodontist. He had braces, and the mother wasn't making the $100 a month payments. And the kid was in pain because of they needed to be adjusted. And they started digging into his gums. You know that bastard wouldn't adjust the braces, and that kid was in pain because the mother couldn't pay until we got involved.
Every time you get a mortgage for it to be sold,
Sorry?
is it customary every time somebody gets a mortgage that it's sold
To another company?
Yeah.
It's common. They're allowed to. So
How do they do that?
They're just going to service it.
Yeah, they're selling the servicing, so they're not changing the terms of your loan. But typically, like mortgage-backed securities or mortgages, closed mortgages, are sold in groups. So if it's your mortgage, you could have been sold with another 100 people to another servicing company, and it is pretty common. And it can happen 2, 3, 4, 5 times. I hate to say it.
Yeah, no, I mean, it doesn't matter because I'm paying the same every month.
Yeah.
Are you
All right, hold on, guys.
It's transparent to me.
Oh, you're a young grandfather. Yes, sir. Another one on the way is
VesteraTurnkey.com. You want to invest in property and make a lot of money, I want you to reach out to Barry. These guys are unbelievable. Here's what they do. They find these pockets all over the country, that areas that have a great economy going. Maybe they know, like, say, SpaceX, or a big company's coming into town and the market's going to take off there. They find these little pockets around the country. They're never places that have a small population. They're places that have real growth coming in. Once they find that little niche, that little place in the country, then they start digging in on property. They're going to find properties that are turnkey. They have Nothing that needs to be done. We're not talking about a fix and flip. We're talking about properties ready to rent. You come in, you own the house, you have the deed, they manage the property, or find a property manager right there in that area that specializes in what they do. You make money renting it out, and as soon as it goes up, which is generally within a few months, you can sell it. Or you can sit back and just collect that landlord money every single month. They do everything. It's an amazing way to invest in property, and if you haven't done it, I want you to call Barry and the gang over at Vestera. Give them a call at 303-888-7388. Ask them all the questions. We've had callers that have made up to 100% plus. They invest a couple $100,000, and a few years later, I'm not kidding, $1 million. You ready? 303-888-3788 or VesteraTurnkey.com.
Either way, he was super cool about that.
So anyway, just to figure out.
Yeah,
So
we went to
does
3
the
different
mortgage
places,
company
we called them online.
get anything for selling it, or just out of their hands and they've made the money on the mortgage?
I believe they get a little premium from selling it. So the
funny
risk
part was,
in this
remember,
market,
I gave
guess
my
any
daughter
market, the longer they can service the loan, the more
ASC
profitable it is.
and
what we've been seeing in interest rates in the last 2 or 3 years, since they've gone up, because everybody thinks rates are going down. So all of our investors that we're seeing, interest rate stacks, like when I'm looking at 7.5, 7, 6.5, 6 rates, the pricing on them is very bad, for lack of a better term.
available.
A lot of loans we're having to charge discount points to get a decent rate, and that's because those investors want that money up front, because they don't think they're going to be holding those loans very long on the line.
Because they keep thinking loans are going down.
They think rates are going down. This thing will be refinanced in 6, 8, 10 months,
and they're not.
And they haven't been going down. But yeah, that's the consensus.
You know, Mark, we ought to talk too about buyers that sit on the fence waiting for rates to drop, and if
They're
values
dying.
go up, they're going to pay more for real estate. You know?
Bingo.
Yeah.
Because everybody's waiting for rates to drop, and when that happens, we're going to have demand just shoot through the roof, and then that $500,000 house they're looking at is going to be $550,000, and their rate went from 6.5 to 5.5, and they're going to have the same payment.
And Ryan, I saw that wage growth was going to go up another 4%.
It's a top of the hour
That
break.
for disposable income. The demand will still be
Exactly.
You know?
Yep. Yeah, which is what also pushing up inflation.
It's
But
top of the hour
it does help
break,
people
but
making more
mimosas
income.
You get a lot of calls like that, Frank? People sitting on the fence?
They always ask, what should I do,
mimosa.
kind of thing. And
12.47,
I always say,
mimosa.
let's base it on your, I ask a lot of
12.15,
questions.
mimosa.
Figure out, what's best. Sometimes it is better to hold on the situation. Other times, if they're just waiting for rates to drop, I think they're making a big mistake.
Yes.
I wish.
Because right now,
I could not agree more.
deals.
There's great deals out there right now.
Oh,
I could
gosh.
not agree more.
50% of homes before they sold last month had to do a price drop.
Really?
Yeah, so there's deals, and 60% of them gave away concessions last month.
Yeah, you can get really creative with financing.
They'll buy down your
because
interest rate. And
you can buy down interest rates, and the sellers will
probably
pay for it. There's a lot of creativity out there right now. I like the temporary buy downs.
I'm going to take the break, just so you know, right about 50.
Barbecue.
Could be barbecue. Could be the Chipotle taco bar or something.
I just refinanced from 8.5 to 6.
That's a pretty good drop.
Yeah.
Trying to remember who else did.
That was smart.
But see, Doc, you did it smart because what do they say? Buy the house, date the rate, or whatever. Date the rate, buy the house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this crazy mortgage that
I don't know if that's big enough.
whatever the interest rate was on your loan,
Might be pizza.
they would give you that interest
Bojo.
on money you had in their bank.
It was the all-in-one.
Oh, it's an all-in-one. Oh, yeah.
I didn't want to keep the money in their.
If you're holding
They
the
only
balance,
had, like,
it's not the
2
best loan.
Right.
Yeah, over in the sales place.
So I just got
You're probably a point and a half over.
Yep.
But if you're not paying anything, it doesn't matter.
By the time I even knew about it, it was ace
I
life.
didn't want to have that much money in their bank, so I just got to.
They haven't
You know,
brought in Santiago's for a while.
Yeah.
Just a standard 30-year.
30-year fix. Yeah, that's a pretty good rate. I mean, considering the last couple of years.
Yeah.
What was the rate?
6. Yeah. 5.99999.
I hit a sweet spot a few weeks ago, and I was able to get 2 of my clients with VA loans into the mid-5s.
Wow.
On a streamline. We hit like the right day. Luckily, I locked it, and we got them. But now we're not there because rates have gotten worse in the last week. Yeah. It's frustrating.
you just made me think of something that's interesting.
Tony.com 386-5919. Hurt in a car crash? Get John Fuller on your side. Call Fuller.com.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
You know, we were talking during the break, and Ryan was telling me a couple weeks ago he actually locked a couple people in on, what'd you say, a VA loan? Were they Go ahead.
VA Streamline refinance.
Oh, a Streamline, 5.5%. And I started thinking, you know, it'd be cool, people that want to actually, you know, they either need cash out or they're moving, they have to do it. If they contact you, I don't know if you do this service or not, but they can kind of eyeball, or you can keep an eyeball, and then when different rates, depending on the product they want, hit around that area, boom, you can pull the trigger. So you're kind of doing all the research for them, because that's what you do for a living, and have everything ready to go to be able to lock them in. Yeah. I mean, do you guys do anything like that?
Yeah. I've got all of my clients, I've got a list, and we have target interest rates, and when they hit there, I get alerts.
They're right there, but that 5.5, people would kill for that Streamline 2 weeks ago at 5.5. That's nuts.
Yeah, we
and
loved
the
it.
Streamline means there's no appraisal. They're basically doing a quick cash out, or just a quick refi.
Well, you're actually, on a Streamline, you cannot pull cash out.
No cash.
Yeah, so it's just lowering interest rate.
It's lowering interest rate or term.
Or term.
Yes, you can go
correct.
from a 30 to a 15, pay that thing off in twice the speed. And then Frank brought something up, and then Cheryl, I'm going to come right back to you. But Frank, you brought up people waiting for interest rates to go down, or they're sitting on the fence selling their house. Explain what your point is, and I get it, because while they're waiting for interest rates to go down, which can happen or not happen, the value of their house is going up. So go ahead.
Yeah, Mark, think about this. When rates were down to 3 and 4%, people were paying through the roof. There was hardly any inventory out there. They were paying sometimes 40, 50, 80, 100 grand over asking.
Yep.
So they had the lower interest rate. They were paying more for real estate. Now watch this. Last month, statistically, 50% of the homes before they sold had to do a price reduction before they went under contract.
A price reduction.
A price reduction.
So by waiting for interest rates to come down, by giving people looking a better opportunity to buy more house,
yes,
they're actually not doing anything, because the home itself is coming down.
They're getting better deals. And on top of that, 60% of those homes, they gave the sellers paid concessions towards interest rate buy downs or fix-ups on the home. So buyers actually are getting better deals now. Now, maybe the rates are a bit higher. You could always refinance down the stretch.
What did you guys, you can always refi. Yeah. What did you guys say? You said marry the interest rate.
Marry the house, date the rate.
Marry the house, date the rate. Yeah. Interesting. I like that. 303-713-8255. Hey, Cheryl, so what is going on with your tenant? We know they're not paying you, but then they get caught up. What's the question?
Okay, it's, I don't want to go into anything you don't need, but let me just give you some pros and cons real quickly about this particular tenant, which was why I'm so twisted on my decision to evict them.
Yeah, but I don't even know if you can evict them if they're caught up.
Yeah, well, they're not caught up for this month, and this has happened countless times.
All right, so go ahead. Tell me about these people.
Real quick, he has remodeled the house.
Okay.
Since he's been there off and on.
Okay.
And there's not nearly enough communication on doing it, which trips me. He's got 5 kids.
Yeah.
It's Christmas time. And those are the things keeping me from following through on this.
Well, Cheryl, you couldn't kick him out that quick right now anyhow. I guaranteed be in that house for Christmas. I think you got to figure out if you want him long term. When's the lease up?
It is up in February. I was going to continue. If he came through with the rent, I was going to lease it to him by the month.
Yeah.
After February.
It's pretty hard just to get rid of someone if they're caught up. I understand you're saying they always get behind. But when you show up for an eviction hearing, if you start the eviction process and give the notice, if you do everything right, you show up and they cure the debt right then and there, they're back in the game. There's nothing you're going to do about it in the state of Colorado. In fact, it's worse than that, Cheryl. I don't know if you know this, but if you're not going to move into that property now, or if you're not going to sell that property, and there's some other events that you can get rid of them, but in general, if you just want to get rid of them for anything besides non-payment, you can't even cancel a lease on them anymore.
Well, then
I'd be silent too if I was a landlord hearing that for the first time. I mean, but that's what we get for voting for who we voted for. So, I mean, that's that.
I mean, you're, yeah, very, very well aware of that one.
So I don't,
So
I mean,
maybe
I
sell
can't
a
make
house
a
in
moral,
February.
I'm not going to help you make a moral decision on your tenants, but what I do want you to know is, I don't know how much of a choice you have. I mean, if you figure out if you want to get rid of them, what I can do is tomorrow, I can get Brad O'Brien on, he's in court today, and we can talk to Brad about different ways you could literally get rid of these people. But in general, if they cure the debt, even if they're late, you're not going to get rid of them in Colorado anymore unless you're going to move back into the property or sell the property. That's just the way it is. People think I have a 1-year lease with Joe Blow. When the 1-year lease is up, I don't have to rent to him anymore. That is not the case in Colorado. I don't know how else to put it. It's simply not the case. And I'm not going to argue if it's right or not. I think it's horrible. I think it's going to ultimately make it to where there's less properties to rent, which means they're going to be more expensive. I think it's going to have a negative effect than what the liberals thought it was going to have. But none of that matters because it's the rules now. David and Jan, you hold tight.
So she has to renew that lease if the renters want to renew?
Yeah, long as she has a life-changing event. Like she's going to sell it or she's going to move into the house.
But if she's not, then she has to lease it to them again?
Yep.
If they want to stay?
Yep. Even on a month-to-month.
Wow.
Yeah, that all kicked in. Actually, that's almost 2 years.
Well, yeah, if you start the eviction process, that can take 6 months to a year.
Well, as soon as even if it's quicker, it is quicker now. During COVID, it was ridiculous.
Yeah.
But even if it is now, that doesn't even matter because if they show up to the eviction hearing and the only issue is the money and they get 100% caught up, that's it. It's over. They can't. They won't get the eviction order, even if they're perpetually late. Red Rocks Roof and Solar. I always say Brooke knows how to find the money. Check it out. If you have a commercial property, maybe a quadplex, a duplex, or a barn you work out on your property, if it's a commercial property and you want a solar system to create that energy, maybe even for sale, here's the deal. She can generally find grants and tax credits to get 95 to 100% of the entire system paid for. And I know you can clean out your ears, but I'll say it again. She can find the money 95 to 100% to get the entire thing paid for. She is incredible at doing it. If you have a residential system or need one, she's going to have the best prices out there. If you have an older system or even a newer one and the company is no longer around and you need repairs done on it, they can work on any solar system out there. Check them out at redrocksrs.com. That's redrocksrs.com. 888heating.com. I'll tell you, $45 will get you the best deal you can right now. The weather has not gotten super cold yet. We haven't dropped down to those 10 degrees and below for any long period of time. As soon as that happens, this deal is gone. But right now, you go to 888heating.com. You can schedule it right online. They're going to come out. They're going to tear apart that furnace. They're going to clean all the dirt out of it. It's going to be more efficient. They're going to give it a no breakdown guarantee. They're going to be out there an hour to 2 hours. If you've been thinking about doing this, you got to pull the trigger on it. This isn't some strong arm sales tactics like other companies do. These are honest people that I have personally dealt with for over 10 years. I've been talking about Garrett and the gang for so long now. 888heating.com. New customers only. They want to introduce you to their company, their technicians. This is the best $45 you'll spend on your house. The best $45. 888heating.com. That's 888heating.com.
With an emphasis on calm.
That's right. Calm.
5 seconds?
Can you tell when I write things, I use a lot of exclamation points? Hello, how are you doing?
Still reminds me, Frank, I found we were redoing our closet, and I found some letters Mark had written me that I was saying.
Shush it. Shush it.
Anyway. They were intended to say, These were typed and handwritten. They were intended.
This
to
was
say,
before spell check.
"Hey, sweetie," but every one of them said, "Hey, sweaty."
Sweaty?
It might have been appropriate. You never know.
No, it wasn't.
Hey, Sweaty.
She found these the other day. I didn't believe her. I thought she was busting my balls.
My son found some letters I wrote my wife when we were like 16, and he just laughed at me, man.
My dearest love.
Yeah, I know. Man.
Yeah, he's like, who writes anymore? Well, we used to.
Yeah, that's right. And it was really hard when there was no spell check.
Literally, think about the last time you've written a paragraph on a piece of paper.
I haven't.
I can't even think about the last
This
time.
is about the extent of my writing.
Yeah, you take
really
notes while
quick
you're doing it,
notes.
But I mean, like, just writing, just...
Not, why would you?
Yeah. We used to, though.
Alexa, take notes.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, what else is new?
What a good way to start it off. Hey, Sweaty.
You ain't got any time.
Right.
Well, what's
dearest
funny
Sweaty.
is she never corrected me because it happened how many times? So who didn't know how to spell? Do you remember that back then, 30 years ago, or more than that? Do you remember looking at him going, he just called me sweaty?
I don't remember it sticking out like that. Or I was like, oh, this is so sweet. I'm going to let
Either
this
that, I was just going to say, like, you were so excited to get the note. Maybe she even overlooked it. She didn't even notice that it was spelled
Well,
out.
she didn't overlook it the other night.
No, that's because you've been together 30 years. Back then, it was all exciting. And now she's like, oh.
You didn't know how to spell.
Yeah.
So sometimes my spelling's so bad, this drives me crazy. Spell check thinks it's a different word. It's crazy. Spell check's like, well, that's not a word, but it has no suggestions. It's not even a clue. So then I have to misspell it again to try to get closer for spell check to find it.
So your diction is perfect, but not your spelling.
That's right. But
You gotta remember that.
but nowadays, I mean, I bet kids nowadays can't spell. They don't have to spell.
No. No more writing.
We had Ross Kaminsky going so hard. I used to do crossover with him. So we'd come on at 10. He would get off at 10. And it was the day of the big spelling bee. What's it called? Schleps or whatever it's called.
National Geographic Spelling Bee.
No, it's definitely not
No,
National
it's- I know what
Geographic.
you're talking about, yeah.
It's the big one.
Yeah.
So
that was the big one.
she was in where Kelly was. And when you have your headphones on, she can talk to you with no one else hearing. Like Kelly can talk to me and none of you people will hear it.
Right.
So Suzanne was in there, and I was telling Ross I can spell anything. I grew up in third grade. In third grade, I won like the National Spelling Bee, and I'm just totally blowing
Scripts.
smoke. Scripts, thank you. Yeah, they used to have the magazines, Scripts. So she's whispering in my ear, and every damn word he's throwing out, she's simply Googling it and telling me how to spell it. So it'd be perfect. I'd be like, S-L. Ross, can you use that in a sentence? And he'd use it in a sentence, and I'd come back and spell it right. So finally he says one that she thinks she knows how to spell, and she got it wrong, so I end up getting it wrong.
Oh, that's funny.
I had him going. He was throwing words at me. No one in their right mind could spell, and I nailed every single one of them.
That's how they got one of those televangelists.
They were whispering in his ear.
Well, what?
Peter Popoff?
Yeah.
Oh, man,
His
yeah.
wife was whispering something to his ear. They had them fill out information cards before they went in to the big church thing.
Oh.
And his wife would send him the message.
Say, grab the lady in the pink.
Right.
Mark, God bless my grandmother. She really liked him, and I even at a young age, I didn't believe the guy. And I saw, we went to one of his crusades.
Really?
I saw the little thing, and I tried to tell my grandma. She said, "Oh no, he's a man of God." I said, "Grandma,
You thought he was hokey.
I didn't believe him." And then they busted him like a year later with that thing in his ear. And
was she devastated?
Oh
or-
yeah, she's bummed out. You know, I never believed guys like that.
What
Ever.
about the guy? Which one was it? He said, "I need a new plane."
Oh, that was that Oral Roberts?
That's Oral Roberts.
No, it wasn't Oral Roberts.
Oral Roberts said if I don't get $1 million in
He's
X
gonna
amount
die.
of time, he's going to die.
He's going to die. Yeah.
Really? Another one who
Yeah.
already had
We lived.
There's so
I
many
remember
of
Oral
them.
Roberts.
There's
but I don't-
W.B.
Oh, okay.
Grant. He
So
got
you
in
were close
trouble.
to it.
Oh, it was everywhere on the news when he was saying it. People,
Murdoch.
hey, he got his $1 million, man. He got it.
Yeah.
He hasn't gotten in trouble yet.
It was crazy though.
But it amazes me.
You either this is going back 30 years, man. But when we lived there,
because that's
you either loved them and were part of
that's somebody
not just
self-serving
his
because
church, but a lot of them that were connected.
Yeah.
The only one on TV
Or you
I ever
weren't.
really believed.
There was really no in
I
between.
didn't
You
ever think
either
was
loved
an
Oral
artist
or
was,
hated.
Yeah.
Like Charles Stanley.
But his hospital, when he first built
Charles
it,
Stanley just
it was unbelievable. It was probably the nicest building in Tulsa.
And then they spent like $1 million moving the hands across the street.
When they sold the hospital, he has these huge hands in front of it, massive, probably 2-3 stories high. He spent $1 million to move them over to the college.
Really?
Yeah. Well, they're his hands. Come on. Yep, old Oral. They actually had a good basketball team for a while, which was crazy.
Yeah, they did.
They
made the tournament, didn't they?
Yeah, they had an incredible basketball team way back when.
Yeah, I do remember that.
I don't even know if he's got a college anymore, honestly. I just don't know.
enough about that.
Think
Like maybe Dan Capps does. I don't know enough about how it works. I've never really studied it. I'm not educated on this. I don't know how exactly all that when really life really officially starts. I don't know. I don't know enough about it to try to even tell you.
To when what?
When life actually starts.
I asked a serious question.
Yeah.
Capitalists and a lot of people believe that life begins
At conception.
Conception.
Yeah.
So let's say at conception it's one cell. Let's say it divides until it's 8 cells, and then it's spontaneous.
They've already answered your question.
No.
At conception.
No,
That's when they believe.
You didn't let me finish.
But I already know their answer. At conception. That's when it starts. Go ahead.
So if life starts at conception,
Yep.
and it spontaneously aborts, or it's an induced abortion, does that entity have a soul?
Well,
I
have
would
no
say-
idea.
I would say, Doc,
A
I would
lot
say
of
I believe it does.
Catholics would say it has a soul at conception.
That's my question.
I would say I believe it does, but I don't know enough about the science.
Yeah, I
of
had to
how
go
all
there.
Okay.
how the
Leave it to
babies
Doc
form.
to bring in abortion.
No religion.
Doc has to.
No. I was really curious. What is the soul?
But no one
I
would
believe when
know.
life starts, there's the soul.
It's all opinion. That's what I'm saying. At conception. That's the answer I gave 100 times to you.
But
A lot of people believe the soul is there at conception.
But how does the soul? I mean, you have a soul because you've lived X number of years. You have a soul. You have an identity.
Those are based on your beliefs, though.
No, that's not his beliefs. That he. What I'm saying is, how old are you? Let's say you're.
It's a loaded question.
Okay.
So he.
21.
Are you Republican or Democrat? Who did you vote for? What's your problem, Frank?
What's my problem?
Frank has a 50-year identity as a human being.
Okay.
So his soul is going to have some.
I don't think Frank's 50.
I'm just saying.
You just aged our client.
Okay.
He's 30.
29.
His 20-year-old soul is going to have some parts of him reflected in the soul. They can't all be
That's
the
not.
same.
That might not be his definition of a soul, though, Doc.
Okay, well,
The soul could be something that is within itself. It's not your experiences and what you've learned. It's not your mind. It's your soul.
Doc, I gave you a book, I think, 2 or 3 years ago. Have you ever read it?
No.
because
Doc.
But you tried. I love that, Frank. I know you tried to engage with
Doc.
him, and then you said here, and Doc probably said he'd read it.
no, I just said I'd accept it.
Oh. Give him $100. He won't spend it, but he'll take it.
I'm a terrible reader. I'm a terrible reader.
Really?
I have 2 books sitting next to my bed that I haven't.
I'm asking him a serious question for you to understand.
I've always, Doc, I've always said
I even discovered
your
treadmill.
lack of religion or religious beliefs is your religion. You are as religious as anybody, but it's your religion is not being religious.
I wasn't even talking about me. I was asking
And then I discovered
a serious
Mahjong.
question. Help me understand something.
Game, a
Never
card
did I
game.
bring up-
Okay.
So I got obsessed with it.
Right,
I'm
right,
so
right.
obsessed with
It was a
reading.
serious
like
question
anything.
about something that I had.
Well,
Doc, I would say as soon as life begins, you have a soul. That's what I would say.
A lot of people, almost anybody religious would say that.
Well, that was a question, wasn't it?
No, no.
I've heard of the game.
Yeah, my friend, Lori from Tulsa.
I can't argue with you, Doc.
She turned me on to it. It's kind of a complicated game to learn, but once I kind of
Yeah. But see, different than I think a lot of people. I'm not one to believe in so-called religion. I think it's about our relationship with Jesus. That's what it is. It's a relationship, not because we call ourselves this religion or that religion, or because of the guy on TV, with flying jets and buying mansions. I don't believe any of that stuff.
It's not the organization. It's exactly right, though, Frank. It's your relationship
with Jesus.
Yes.
But I wasn't questioning that. I was asking a legitimate, serious question, and I wasn't putting my beliefs into it.
Doc, there's nothing wrong with the question. You're like trying to defend your own question now. There's no, who cares? But a lot of people think the soul is at conception. There's some people might say the soul's always been there, regardless of the conception. People that believe in reincarnation.
But it's, to me, I'm like one or nothing. Like
I think truly people with reincarnation don't they believe like
Doc, I'm going to study deeper into this now because you asked me that.
Sit down and do my puzzle for a little bit.
I really am.
Seconds, guys.
I said you gave me some good food for thought.
Brownie knows his stuff.
Tom Martino.
Martino gives great advice.
Ryan Schuling.
Ryan has strong opinions, and I like that.
Dan Kaplis.
And Kaplis, he keeps fighting the good fight.
On Denver's talk station.
The station I keep it on.
630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome, my friends, to the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. Over $300 million. Say it with me, $300 million in cash, merchandise, exchanges, refunds, services directly due to the show. And it's actually quite a bit more than that. That's what we can track over a 45-year period. By the way, the longest running show in the country with the same host. The longest running show. I love when people try to find one that's run longer with the same host. Tom has been in Colorado 45 years. 45 years. He was doing something similar prior to this, but right here in Colorado, 45 years. There's nothing else. The closest would be the Grand Ole Opry, which is still on, but it's had numerous different hosts over the years. Numerous. The only other one close would be Howard Stern, but not quite. Very close, though. Very, very close. How long's Stern been on, Dragon? Do you know? It's been a while.
Not sure, but I would think even Rick Lewis in this building might be able to give Tom a run for money, but I think even Rick's only 30 years.
Yeah, 45 years. Can you believe it? 45 years. J-Corps, I don't know who he was. Oh, actually, he told me this. It was owned by, prior to J-Corps, it was owned by like General Electric. I mean, some weird conglomeration like that. Then it was J-Corps. Then, of course, Clear Channel bought out J-Corps. And then eventually, J-Corps sold off all the radio stations to iHeart. I think they kept the billboards, which they probably still own. And Ryan Herbig, you have offices in Colorado Springs and Denver. In Colorado Springs, you guys have billboards everywhere. Out here, you don't see billboards.
No.
Yeah, isn't that weird? Our rules on billboards in Denver are crazy, good, bad, or indifferent. But it's funny, when I go down to our affiliate in the Springs, KRDO, holy moly, man, there's billboards every 10 feet. I'd say it's a little overkill.
They have a lot of billboards, a lot of electronic billboards now.
A ton, yeah. That's if you own the proper space, that's the way to do it. Absolutely. Hey, we were talking different mortgages. American Liberty Mortgage. Ryan Herbig's one of the owners. He's been with us on referrallist.com for years and years and years. I do commercials for you down in Colorado Springs. People, when it comes to interest rates right now, people think they're high, but honestly, I don't think they're that high. If you do the math, if you have a lot of credit card debt, that could be 27%. If you have a car debt that you're in at 10 to 13%, and you can refi, get some cash out, and pay off that debt, if you crunch the numbers for people, you can save a ton. I mean, even if you perceive interest rates as a little high, they're probably more in line right now than they have been in 20 years. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would totally agree with that. And if you've got not only credit card debt, but a lot of people have taken out personal loans, unsecured, those are 15 to 20%.
Oh, I'll tell you a big one we get calls on. These weird loans where, like, you can either go on a vacation and pay for it over time, or you go buy an appliance or a set of tires or have a car repair. You get 6 months with no payments, no interest. But the second that becomes due, not only, and a lot of people don't realize this, not only is that money due right then and the interest kicks in, but all the interest for that free amount of time kicks in. So you could literally double what you owe just by going over that period of time.
Yeah, those pay-as-you-go programs, you got to be very careful with them.
Yeah, so when you talk Streamline, we talked about this. So Streamline right now, a couple weeks ago, you had a couple you locked in at 5.5. That means you go in, there's no cash out, but you can either change the term from like a 30 to 15 or just do a refinance, but you don't have to pull an appraisal. What else don't you have to do?
There's no income documentation. There's no debt-to-income ratio requirements.
So basically, you pull a credit report.
Yeah. It is based on a credit score, and you cannot be late on your mortgage. So as long as you've made 12 payments on time or
you
6,
can streamline.
You can streamline, and it's literally like snapping your fingers.
And it's cheap because you're not paying for the appraisal and all this other stuff. And then you talked about contractors. Frank, how often will you have someone that has a business, like a contractor, and, you know, come the end of the year, it doesn't look that good, but you actually made a lot more money. You don't want to give Uncle Sam everything. I'm not saying they're lying on their taxes, but, you know, they might be playing the game right. Let's put it that way. How many times does that happen and it becomes an issue with your buyers, Frank? Like a contractor or a small business owner has a few issues or a few hurdles to go over for the financing part compared to someone that's just on a W-2.
Mark, I've rarely ran into that.
Okay.
I mean, once in a while, you do. But the great news is before we even get them out there looking at properties, we get them very well prepared. We'll have do an initial pre-qual. If they're not quite there, we get them on a roadmap to get them ready.
Oh, so
that's
you
why
help them.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so we don't just rush them in there. We get them out there.
Do you guys do the same thing, Ryan?
Yeah, but this time of year is really advantageous for self-employed people. So if I'm working with somebody and they didn't claim enough income in 2023, what I like to do is set an appointment with them in late January or early February and look at their year-end numbers, and we can literally go down and show them what kind of income they need to claim for 2024.
You can help them.
Correct.
So they'll qualify for the loan.
Yeah. Now,
so you see it a lot because you're on the loan side.
Yeah. So this is a good time of year to do that because January, February, you can actually plan what they're going to.
And what is that kind of loan called? Is that just a traditional 30-year? What is it?
Yeah.
Is it non-convent?
No, it would be a conventional loan.
Okay.
So let's say I'm qualifying somebody and they didn't claim much income last year in 2023.
Yeah.
We can plan in January and February for their 2024 income tax return. Once they file that return, then we can use that as qualifying income.
How about someone that's either retired or they took time off? I don't know, for whatever reason. They haven't worked for a year, but they have plenty of cash on the on hand, either in the bank or wherever. I mean, how do you guys look at that? Is there loans out there for people like that, or a refinance option for people that, you know, basically have money but want to get a better interest rate?
Yeah, there's asset depletion loans. There's quite a few different programs for that. Fannie and Freddie have one.
And you guys look at all this stuff.
Yeah. We can deplete assets as income to qualify. Another thing is if they have a 401k or an IRA and they're over 59 and a half, they can literally set up a withdrawal distribution, and I can use that amount immediately as qualifying income. Immediately.
Oh, as qualifying income.
Yeah, as long as they have a 3-year continuance of
and then
that income.
You can also, speaking of people in that age range, you can also go in and do a reverse mortgage.
Or you could do a reverse mortgage in that case, too.
Okay.
Yep.
And then usually a reverse mortgage, they can tap into, 50% of the equity, depending on age?
30 to 60, depending on age.
Oh, yeah,
And that's
60 is
60
way
is
up
going to be
there.
way older,
Yeah, and you're not going to have a way younger spouse or anything like that.
Correct.
But you can answer all the questions on that
Yeah.
stuff. That's what I love about these guys, American Liberty Mortgage. If you give them a call, the bottom line is they'll find the right loan for you. I mean, that's really the way to say it.
Yeah.
How about if they're a first-time home buyer? Do you guys have options like where you only have to put 10% down, or you know where to get grant money or things like that?
Yeah, there's a lot of programs. CHAFA is probably the most popular one, Colorado Housing Finance Authority.
And you know the in and outs.
They'll do $1,000 down. We have a
$1,000 down.
Yeah, you can do as little as $1,000 down if we structure the contract correctly. Yeah.
Isn't that going to lead to a lot of foreclosures? $1,000 down?
CHAFA's been around for a very long time.
So it's been successful.
It's been a pretty successful program. They do require a first-time homebuyer class to be taken, which hopefully alleviates some of that post-foreclosure
Doc,
issue.
don't you think they should have a first-time credit card class? I mean, like in high school.
They do. You can have a prepaid credit card, and have a limit on it, and you can get your credit score.
No,
that
but
way.
I'm saying just even in high school, explain to these kids how the hell, eventually all you're paying is interest for the rest of your life.
They got to have some kind of life lesson
that's
curriculum in high school, so kids can balance a checkbook, know about credit, know what to buy, how to buy a car or lease,
all of it,
what to do with renting an apartment. That stuff needs to be taught.
How many first-time homeowners do you get, Frank?
Boy, I'd say, Mark, for us, that makes up maybe about 20% of the buyers.
They are first-time buyers.
Yeah, they're first-time buyers. But a lot of those are referrals of clients we've helped for years where now their kids are growing up. They're ready to buy a house now. So,
Ryan, if someone is either a first-time buyer and maybe they're going through a different lender, but they haven't signed any agreements yet, how do you shop for a mortgage? Honest to God, like some people go, years and years ago, I remember going to Rocket Mortgage or Quicken Loans or something, and I filled out stuff online. I must have had 10,000 people call me. It was the worst thing I ever did. I ended up not going with any of them. How is a way to shop? If someone's got a quote from, somebody else in town and they call you up, I mean, how does one shop for a loan? Is there a chance your interest rates are going to be lower? Or we don't even care about interest rates. You're looking at the total cost going to be lower.
Yeah, there's typically working with a real estate agent, like Frank, they're typically the best way is to have them refer people.
Yeah.
Because usually working by referral is the best way to do it. Most of the time, referrals, we get people through referrals as well.
Well, I guess what I'm asking is, are you actually, I'll put it this way, cheaper? In other words, are you going to be cheaper than some Joe Blow that calls you off of a Quicken Loans or a Rocket Ship Mortgage or whatever's out there?
Yeah, I mean, there's thousands of mortgage companies, but I would say we're on the cheaper, lower rate side.
You're aggressive. Let's just say what it is.
Yeah,
you want the business.
If you're going to call 100 lenders, you'll probably find somebody that may have a better rate. But we're going to beat USAA, typically Rocket Mortgage, all the big boxes.
You're going to beat all them. I love these guys.
And most important on service, because I think Frank would agree, working with a local lender is the way to go.
Oh, you're going to hold their hand and make sure they get to that closing
and Mark,
table.
To Ryan's point, let me tell you how many times I've had a listing. Buyer comes in with an out-of-state lender. The headaches that causes, the lack of communication. I mean, great point.
Hey, David, what's going on? Oh, by the way, I've been asked 4 times now. American Liberty Mortgage, is this your direct number, Ryan?
That is my mobile number.
All right, Listen, I'm going to give you a cell number. So he's here for another 40 minutes, but after the show, any questions, if you need to cash out, I'm being honest to God, I've known this guy forever. We probably talk once a month. I end up reaching out to you for some form of a question. But American Liberty Mortgage, write down Ryan, he's one of the owners, 719-659-0043. Any questions you have? Maybe you're thinking of that reverse mortgage. You'll be honest with people if it's right for them too, right? I mean, there's reverse mortgages can be the worst thing for some people.
Yeah.
I mean, absolutely. The worst thing. But other people, if they want to stay in that house, it might be the only option.
Exactly.
719-659-0043. And of course, Frank Duran, the real estate man, I've said this 100 times. Frank, you saved me so much money buying our house in Franktown. It's crazy. I had one lady call years ago arguing with how much you saved me. I'll never forget that. I was so mad at her. You saved me basically $100,000. He walked in with the negotiations. He said, Mark, what's the most maximum we can throw in this guy's face and the quickest we can close, and let's knock him over the head. And that's literally what you did. In fact, Ryan, it was so crazy he accepted it because I think, Frank, you only gave him like 12 or 24 hours. You gave him almost...
It was a tight time frame. I remember that.
A very tight time frame. And what happened a couple days after that? He wanted out. After all the paperwork was signed, he had second thoughts. But Frank found out he had 2 mortgages, the one on this. He hadn't lived there for almost a year. And the mortgage was like $800,000 or whatever it was. And then the guy had another mortgage in Georgia or Tennessee, wherever he was. This guy's debt service was insane, so we knew he talked. But that's the value that Frank brings. And that's the reason Frank Duran, like it or not, sells more homes than the average realtor sells in a year, in 1 month. You literally sell more in a month than Joe Blow and almost all the other realtors sell in a year. That's incredible.
Well,
Frank.
thank God it didn't happen overnight, Mark. But I'll tell you, I remember when we were doing that Franktown deal.
Yeah.
Some of our great conversations, we'd have remember? 1, 2 in the morning sometimes.
Oh, my
We
God.
had a lot of fun, though. We got it done.
We
Thank
did
God.
get it done. That guy was going crazy towards the end. He wanted out of that deal. Frank knows how to negotiate. That's the best way to put it. All right, listen, I promise, David and Jan, I promise I'll come to you when we have guests in, especially interesting stuff. I love talking money, honestly. People always need loans, and people need to know where to go and how to do things, and that's one of the things this show does. But we're going to jump into a problem with a dentist and then a question on a mobile home edition right after this.
This is Kelly.
Well, you go to Home Depot, you buy one of those, what do you call them, where you put the plants inside.
A planter.
Oh, the greenhouse.
A planter.
And then you put it next to you, yes.
Oh, yes.
Okay, discount bath I got up, and John Fuller. Suzanne, would you put up Fuller's phone number on the thing for me?
597-4500.
Yeah, so Mark is in today. For
John Fuller, Fuller Law. How I love thee. You know John Fuller. He has been hired by Suzanne and I. We engaged with him twice. Once when we got T-Bone coming back from Sam's Club. If you listen to the show, you heard the story. But every airbag, Suzanne's nose was broke, her back hurt. It was horrible. When everything settled down the next day and we were back from the hospital, first person I didn't hesitate I called was John Fuller. I dealt with John and Suzanne dealt with John. He held our hand. He actually helped us pick out doctors. What he wanted to do was maximize everything that's going to happen. Every insurance company is different. So you want an attorney that understands each insurance company and what pot of money to take and where to put it. And that's what John does. At the end of the settlement, not only did he get us the maximum amount the other insurance company had, he got us the policy limits. Not only that, he negotiated the hospital bills down and the doctor's bills down like 80-90%, and that was just more money in our pocket. You want someone you're going to deal with direct. You want someone that's going to fight for you and get you every penny. You want John Fuller. Check him out at callfuller.com, callfuller.com, or just put the phone number in your phone so if someone hits you, you know who to call. 303-597-4500, 303-597-4500. How about a contractor that's got the word discount in their name? Yeah, I'm talking about discountbath.com. Exactly what it sounds like. You can get your bathroom redone at a discount price. You can have them out. They'll give you a free quote. Maybe you want to tear the whole thing down and start from the wood beams, make the closet bigger, maybe make the commode area bigger, maybe make the shower bigger, maybe get rid of the tub, put in another vanity. You name it, they can do it. Or maybe you're just sick of that old tub and you want a nice shower you can walk into with a low threshold. They can do just the shower. They can do the entire bath. The bottom line is quality remodels at a discount price. And speaking of pricing, very transparent. We had them out to the house. They go over different options with you. And then it's just upfront, transparent pricing, and they have great warranties, everything else. 720-979-2322. Chris and the gang are great people. Check them out at discountbath.com. That's discountbath.com. I think do we have the longest show, the longest 4-hour show? Is there anybody else? Honestly. Dragon, no, but isn't Brown only 3 hours live? Oh, he is 4 hours. Is he 5 hours total? He's 4 hours like we are. I don't hear you for some reason.
There's a show on at night.
Say something again, Dragon.
Oh, there you go. That's my fault. Yeah.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, he's 4.
Did he used to be only 3?
Nope.
Did he used to be 5?
No, not that I'm aware of.
My God, I know nothing.
I mean, Ross might have been 5, but the first hour was pre-recorded.
You're right. That's exactly who I'm thinking about. Yeah. Ross was 5, but he would do the first hour the day before.
Correct, yeah.
So I know everything.
There you go.
Just not the names.
Right.
Or the time frame or virtually anything else. So. Oh my God, Scott, you didn't remind me of the update.
Oh, I thought you were gonna.
Now, if I forget to tease it and I forget to do it, look at me. Just give me that.
Got it.
Give me that stare.
All right.
Give me that stare like
Two middle fingers.
like one of those stares, like I get from women in the mall.
There you go.
You go to the mall?
No, that's true. I don't go to the mall.
We have a few.
Case 13 says it would be very interesting to smoke pot with Doc. Doc, have you ever smoked dope? Go ahead.
I know. I don't like the taste, the smell, or the effect of marijuana.
But you've never had it?
Oh no, of course I've had it.
Oh, that's my old.
Very rarely, and never more than 2 or 3 drags on a joint.
Drags on a joint. Now that's old school. How often do you hear drags on a joint?
Drag on a joint.
That means something different now. You go to a joint that's got drags.
Well, now it's all about vaping, right? Vaping.
Or edibles. Remember when we first became legal, these people would show up from all around the country, end up in our hospitals because they'd eat like 3 candy bars or whatever.
I never tried edibles. I have no desire to.
I'd love to slip him some just mushrooms. Straight up acid. Doc on acid would be just fun.
Gosh.
Can we do that on air? Dragon, can I put him on acid someday and just do a 4-hour show talking to Doc?
It's sketchy.
Can we'd probably need a 1-hour delay.
And I can't drink, so that's out of the question.
You can't drink?
He had liver cancer.
I had liver cancer.
Oh, jeez.
Not alcohol related either. He just
wow.
He was a lucky son of a
Yeah,
bitch.
they just said, the best thing to do is just stay away from alcohol.
Yeah.
But they told me this in 95.
Oh,
they told me I
damn.
had 6 weeks to live.
Holy. Wow.
So I outlived them.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Boy, if you could hear our conversations off air. Oh, wait, you can. You can go to youtube.com, type in Troubleshooter Network. If I even told you what my idea was during the break, you would just scratch your head and go, no, we do not need to hear that, Mark. We do not need to hear it. That's the most I'll say about it. You can go back and listen anytime on our YouTube channel. Now, David, what's going on with this mobile home edition? By the way, I do want to tell you about waterpros.net. Waterpros.net, the owner's Paul the Waterman. He came out to our house, installed a water softener for half the price of the competition. It's got a better warranty than the competition, and we have been so happy with it, it's crazy. He can treat any kind of water problem you have. He'll do a free water test, but my favorite part is their warranty, their service, and half the price of the other guys. Half the price. Go to waterpros.net. Now, what in the heck is going on with this mobile home edition, David?
Hey, I got a question for you. So, my son has a mobile home double wide up in Dillon, and so he wanted to put a 16 by 24 addition on. The mobile park said, well, and then we went to the town of Dillon, and they said, well, you need lot plats and all the rest of that good stuff. And I'm just wondering, any idea who's got the overriding authority on that?
I would think nobody. I would think if he's in a park and it is not his own property, I mean, none of it's going to matter. It's going to come down to the park more than anything. If he did own his own property, it's going to come down to the city. It's going to be whatever they allow, or the municipality, or whatever it is. The county. I mean, the override, I mean, I don't even know what you mean by an override. I just don't see that happening.
Well, we went in, put a bug in the city's ear, and they said, well, we need, certified plans and all the rest of it.
Well, yeah, you got to pull. They're basically saying you need to go through the permitting process. You got to make sure you build it safe to where when the neighbors come over for a barbecue, they don't end up dead.
Okay, so that they are the overriding authority then.
Yeah, I mean, that's it, though. They would come out, they would look at the plans, typically how a building goes. Like if you're building an exterior building or an outbuilding on your property somewhere. You go to the city, you pull the permit, you give them the idea of what you're going to do. And then basically you go through the engineering. You got to go through the mechanical engineering, if you're going to have HVAC, the electrical engineering, and then when these things are done as they're going, they send an inspector out to sign off to make sure they're done right. If you're doing a foundation, the same thing. In fact, they'll even make sure the hole you dug was dug right and sign off on the hole. I mean, it's an entire thing you've got to go through. And the good news is, I know people don't like hearing this. It's his own, well, in this case, it's not its own property, but if it was your own property, they really do it for safety. I do agree they go way overboard, there's no doubt, but they really do it for safety so, someone doesn't get hurt.
Okay.
That's that.
Well, all right, we'll do it that way.
You know what you could do? Yeah, you could do that. You know, the other thing you could do, I don't know how this would work, but I wonder if you could buy one of those nice sheds, and I mean it like Tough Shed. They build some stuff that's crazy. They almost look like tiny homes, and then attach something like that. But that's just an idea. I don't know. I don't know the logistics of that, but that's something where you might not have to pull a permit. You can put it on a slab. I don't know what you're going to use it for. He's probably going to rent it out to people. I mean, I don't know. Hey, you guys, Ryan Herbig with American Liberty, you can't, anything that's got a VIN, like a trailer, you're not going to do anything traditional on whatsoever, right?
We only lend on real property that's attached to a foundation, but there are loans called chattel loans that are specifically for mobile homes.
And they probably suck in general, right? High interest.
They're higher interest rate, a little
predatory almost.
More down payment. I don't know enough about them to say they're predatory.
Okay.
We don't do them, but I had a couple of I had somebody call me about a month ago and asked about it, and I gave them a couple of names that I found online.
So long as if they do like a barn dominium, if it's literally livable and it's on a foundation, that would be more of a traditional mortgage, depending on the lender you found.
Correct. Yeah.
So some might do it, some might not.
Yeah, correct. If it has a lot and block on the legal description and it's real property, then we can typically lend on it.
So typically a modular home would be no problem, long as it's on foundation.
Yeah, manufactured modular. Yep.
And then they're looking roughly the same interest rates.
Yes, exactly.
All right. Yeah. All right, 303-713-8255. Hey, Jan, what's going on with this dentist?
Hey, Mark, I'm just boarded a plane, so if it's a little obnoxious in the background, let me know.
Wait, I want to know what airline you're on.
Southwest.
Okay, go ahead, Jan, what's up?
So my question is, should I take my dentist to small claims court?
What's it over?
A crown that didn't come out well.
It would cost
back in April.
It would cost you a fortune.
Well, I asked them to refund the money to my Medicare plan so I could get it redone because they only allow one every 5 years.
Well, you can ask them. You can ask them to play the didgeridoo and do a tap dance for you. That's not going to matter if you ask them. But whether or not they're going to do anything, I mean, I don't mind assigning a deputy to it. But let's just talk really quick. Even small claims court, if you're suing a professional, even in small claims court, you have to have another professional or another dentist say what he did was grossly negligent. I mean, it's just like it's very expensive. In small claims court, it would make absolutely zero sense because you're never going to get an expert for less than $7,500, which is where it is now. If they had a clerical error, or you had a slip and fall in the building, or if the dentist stole your wallet with $7,500 in it, you could sue them for those reasons without having to go through getting an expert. You follow what I'm saying? So small claims might make sense to sue a dentist, but not if it's a problem with the work he did to your mouth.
Yeah, that was the problem with the work he did. And they said, well, come on back in, we'll fix it. I'm not going back to you. You know, you get one shot.
How do you even know it's wrong? How do you even know it's wrong, Jan? Out of curiosity, did you go to another dentist?
I did.
And the other dentist said this guy really messed it up?
Said it's messed up.
No, but he didn't say, did he say it was the other doctor's fault or the dentist's fault?
Essentially, yes.
Well, okay, I know what that means. I'm looking at Doc. That means no, he didn't, because people don't want to narc on the same people. I mean, I get it. So, I mean, really, hold on, Jan. I got to take this break. You got another question, no problem. And if you want Deputy Doc, I'll sign him to the case. He can call over. He's got to get more information from you. Maybe I can have a conversation with the dentist, but that first call basically is going to have to be with you, or we've got to get a HIPAA form signed. But you make the decision. And then we've got a problem with a rental car in Europe. That can be a nightmare. I find it odd we only had one Made in the Shade today. I never booked just one spot. That's a little weird. Did Kelly mess it up?
That's the only one I've seen, but that doesn't mean it wasn't in the first 2 hours.
You've used them, right? Made in the Shade.
I love them.
Dragons used them. Scott?
No, I
You had a
haven't.
busy day, Doc?
What?
You have a busy day today? Were you busy today?
Am I busy today? After this, I'm going for root canal.
That sounds
Are you
amazing.
really?
Yes, they're saying tomorrow, yeah.
That sounds amazing.
It's my fun day.
Okay, hold on. Well, now he knows how I feel sitting next to him. Okay, if it covers a window, Made in the Shade has it. Blind shade, shutters, drapes. Really, if it covers a window, these guys have it. And here's what I love about Made in the Shade. They are actually cheaper than the companies you hear advertising everywhere, including this station, that make you do your own measurements, make you install your own shades, your own drape, shutters, whatever. You do the labor, you do the measurement. Let's face it, you do everything. All they do is put something in a box and ship it. These guys from Made in the Shade, they come out, they do the measurement, they do the install, and they're generally less than the other guys. And if I'm lying, I'm dying. Guess who's used them right here? I'm pointing at them. How many shades you buy from these guys, Dragon?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
He bought so many from them, it's crazy, because his wife made him go back and buy more, didn't she?
Very true.
Deputy Doc, you've used Made in the Shade.
My entire house.
The whole house. Oh, because you bought a brand new condo.
Right, and the whole house is done by Made in the Shade.
Listen, if you guys have a fix and flip or a $10 million house, you want high tech, no tech, low tech, they got everything. The best pricing, the best people, Made in the Shade. Check them out at denvershades.co. That's denvershades.co. How competitive, Ryan, is the reverse mortgage business? In other words, are you guys more competitive on closing costs with it? Is there even room to be competitive in reverse mortgages? Because I know you can only do certain things.
Yeah, I feel like pretty much industry-wide, your closing costs and your rates are going to be very similar.
Just because of the structure of the loan.
Because of the structure of the loan, yeah. I mean, I don't think... And reverse mortgages, obviously, they're typically going to be older. A lot of those people still want to meet in person.
Not yet.
They still want to come to the office or have somebody come to their house.
Yeah.
They're not doing stuff online, so it's a much more personal transaction than buying a home now, with
I got you.
35-year-old couple.
Yeah.
Right.
I have a reverse on my house. And
Yeah. You like
they're
great. I mean, if it fits what you're looking to do financially, they're great. They're not for everybody, but they've gotten such a bad rap.
I know.
Well, you get to live there forever.
Yeah.
You get to tap into a big chunk of the equity, and you can always buy out of it. You can always refi into a traditional.
Yeah.
Of course.
You can.
Right.
You know
And
what
you
he
can
used,
make payments
You know
on
what
it
he
if you
used to
want.
do?
Huh.
If you can guess what he did for a living, I will give you $500. You'll never. Well, okay, it's ridiculous. You can't guess.
Professional wrestler.
Right.
No.
It's better.
Okay.
You worked at a fish hatchery.
No.
I don't know why that
But
just
I'll
came
be
to my head.
damned. That was close enough to make my 500 shake.
Yeah.
He literally counted sheep.
Oh.
Yeah, I was a contractor for the USDA.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Were you talking to me? No.
Did you do it in your sleep?
No, not you.
Or just during the day?
No, just during the day.
At a slaughterhouse.
Slaughterhouse.
These aren't the kind of sheep you want to count at night. 1 dead sheep, 2 dead sheep.
How many times do you fall asleep on the job?
Yeah, at the slaughterhouse.
No.
He would show up to the slaughterhouses, and they would report how many heads they had, and he was an auditor that would go in and make sure they weren't lying.
Wow.
Yeah.
No one would ever guess that.
No.
How long did you do that?
3 or 4 years.
Oh, wow.
It was a fun job.
He said like the mafia would run some of that. Weren't you in Jersey and New York?
Oh, yeah. Jersey was...
He'd walk into places like, I said I had 20 heads of sheep, bro.
And you're like, okay.
20.
Right. No, I've had guns pulled on me. And
really?
You imagine you show up to audit a sheep count and the guy pulls a gun on you?
Did you fall asleep counting sheep?
No.
Not those sheep.
Not those.
I didn't know there was that much of a market.
What do those Irish people eat? It's like sheep gut.
The lamb. Not
Haggis.
much.
Haggis.
Have you ever had it? Have you had it?
No. Of all the types of food out there, Irish food is kind of down on my list.
Yeah.
I love Irish.
She likes bangers and mash.
I mean, every now and then, but...
Yeah, I am with you, man. She really likes these nachos at something Quinn's.
Jack Quinn's in the Springs.
Oh, Jack Quinn's, yeah. Yeah.
So
we have a place called Abby's right by our house up north. It's an Irish pub. They're pretty good too.
They've had these nachos that have corned beef, and I'm like,
Oh, I've had those before. I don't like them, but...
Abby's Irish pub. It's right by my house.
I'm looking at their menu.
I'd rather have Italian food.
If you guys
Oh,
are
me
up
too,
staying at
Mark.
the Academy,
Guys,
it's
You
right
like
by
Italian
my
food?
love it, buddy.
Or a good steak.
I would love to go to Italy and just try authentic, real Italian food one time.
We spent three plus weeks there.
Okay, how was the food?
It was delicious. Their pizza's nothing like our pizza.
Okay, that's what I
So
figured.
different, it's crazy.
But would you say their Italian food's like way better?
GM Financial, some customers may not qualify. Not available with lease and some other offers. Taking a retail delivery by 1/2/25.
All right, folks, 303-713-8255. Don't forget, youtube.com, hit Troubleshooter Network. You can watch this show that way. Or, of course, on the podcast, over 50,000 people a month listening to us on podcasts. So if you miss something in studio, once again, Frank Duran, the real estate man. If you want the best, I'm going to give you the number out, 303-920-1622. Ryan Herbig, any questions you have on refinancing or a new purchase, you want one of the best lenders out there. In fact, arguably the best around. They have every product out there, too. They do reverse mortgages. You can do a 15, a 20, a 30. In fact, a lot of these banks and loans you work with now, you can pretty much set terms if you want, can't you?
Yeah.
If someone wants a 13-year loan, you can do it.
Yeah, you can amortize it over pretty much any period.
Yeah, and you can crunch numbers directly. If someone called you up for a refi, like typically how long does it take you, Ryan, to figure out if they're going to qualify for how much? I mean, the basic stuff.
If it's a refi or purchase, I'd be typically within a day.
Within a day, they can figure out where they stand.
Sometimes sooner, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it doesn't take too long.
You said a streamline is pretty much instant.
Yeah, streamlines are basically guaranteed unless they've been late on their mortgage payments. But if it's a traditional purchase or a full doc refinance, typically within about 24 hours. We'll have an
And I
answer.
love what you were talking about with contractors, or I always want to say contractors because we deal with a lot of contractors.
Self-employed.
But self-employed people that, they don't want to pay the most taxes in the world, so you guys can go in and kind of look at it and make the decision based upon more of the bank account
Depository accounts.
than the taxes.
Yes.
I mean,
Correct.
that's just the bottom line.
Yep.
So, and you can reach him. This is you don't mind me giving your cell out.
No, that's fine.
719-659 0043 719-659-0043. What's the average home sale right now, Frank?
All right, friend. So here's the deal. The median price right now is $578.
Wow.
And
that's hard to believe.
Oh yeah, but it went up a little bit because of the rate drop in October, and then it dropped a little bit in November. So
that's still crazy. How about in Colorado Springs?
I'm sorry, 585, Mark. I said wrong, 585.
Well, you had to correct that.
I had to correct that. I sure did.
Frank wouldn't have been able to sleep tonight if he didn't.
It would have bothered me all night, man.
Frank, tell people what the median means.
So, in other words, that's you have so many above and so many below. That's
You throw out the $3 million and you throw out the 30,000.
Yeah, more or less.
Yeah, well, whatever it is, whatever the median is.
Yeah.
And then what would you say the average loan is, Ryan, right now? What's the average new purchase loan? We know the average home in Denver is 5 whatever. What are they coming to the table with?
I would say the average person has 5 to 10% down.
Okay. But what does that leave the loan at? So around 450, 500.
Yeah, 450 to 500.
God,
For a 585 house, actually 520 to 550.
I honestly don't know how kids in Colorado do it. These 20-somethings, even if they saved up money, I mean, to come up with, what's the average down now, 20%?
No, I mean, you can do as little as, Chaffa allows for $1,000
Yeah,
down.
but I mean,
a non-first-time home buyer
I can
loan
tell you how they
is
do it, Mark. The parents chip in.
Well, that's
yeah,
true.
we do.
Yeah, we do a lot of gifts.
A lot of that, Doc, yeah.
Yeah, 3 to 5%.
God,
is your minimum.
Yeah.
That's still a ton of money, man.
But you know what? But what's
on a $600,000 home? Think about that.
Oh,
they
yeah.
got to come to the table with 30 grand.
Yeah.
But like Doc said, we get a lot of these where the parents are actually helping their children too.
Yeah, so they come up with it. And then on the lending side, that's no big deal. They just sign basically a gift letter.
Correct. Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely allowed.
And then they can start building equity, and, it's really a good gift if you can afford to do it. There's no doubt. So Jan, I'm not sure where we left off with him, but Jan, you're not going to be suing that Denison Small Claims Court. Nancy, what's going on with you?
Oh, hi, Mark. I'm calling on behalf of my son, and he rented a car from Six Rent-A-Car.
I have never heard, Nancy, anything good about that rental car company. I have never heard anything
We
good.
look on the internet, we see that too.
So what happened? What happened? And he said you got it in Europe?
Yes, he picked up the car in Munich on September 8th this year, and there was no real damage to the car at all when he rented it. He listed a couple of scratches on the rental agreement, and he took some pictures of any of those little scratches that were there when he rented the car. Then he returned it to the Styx rental in Zurich airport on September 20th.
And then let me guess, hold on, I've got a crystal ball here. Over a month goes by and you get a call saying there was damage to the car.
Absolutely.
This story is now with this company, Sixt Rent-A-Car. We have now had this probably 5-6 times in a very short amount of time. It's their MO. That's what they do. You return it, and they act like it's fine. You don't hear anything. Then all of a sudden they reach out. How did he pay for it?
Exactly. All right. He paid for it with his credit card.
Did he call the credit card company up?
No, he didn't.
The first thing, how much are they trying to ding him for?
Well, they claim that the extensive damage, of course, which wasn't there, and billed him for $3,000.
On the credit card?
No, they did not charge his credit card.
Well, how the hell so he hasn't paid it?
No, he hasn't.
I wouldn't do a damn thing. I'd let them sue me. I wouldn't do a damn thing with them. Nothing. Don't do anything until they knock on his door and serve him. If they try to go after his credit, we'll go that route with them. But I'm telling you, I wouldn't do anything.
Okay, they have, so he called them, of course, and they said, no, we're not dealing with you. We have sent this claim to Liberty Collection Service.
I tell Liberty to sue me.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't do any. I'd make him bring me to court. Then when he gets to go in front of the judge, he can explain what happened and how there was no damage. He can explain to the judge what lying, conniving little bastards they are. Because Sixt Rent-A-Car, that's all they do is this. I promise you, we have gotten this call, and it's always the same. I've never heard of a rental car company waiting 1 or 2 months to report the damage. It's ridiculous. In my opinion, they're the worst piece of crap out there in the rental car business.
Okay.
And I'm sugarcoating it.
even though they say we're going to come after you.
I'm telling you, first of all, I'd tell your son, don't talk to him anymore. Have your son call me. I wouldn't talk to the collection company. I wouldn't talk to Sixth. I wouldn't talk to any of these people. They need to find him. They need to file a lawsuit. They need to serve him, and they need to bring him in front of the judge so he can have his side of the story. Make them do all the work. Then you guys prove to the judge he did nothing. I would love to know how it goes too, because he's going to say, Your Honor, look when they notified me 6 weeks later, 2 months later, whatever it is. This is the most ridiculous thing ever, Your Honor. When I returned it, it was fine. There was no more damage. The only damage on there, as you can see in the pictures that I took, were prior to me picking it up.
Okay, so they can't garnish his wages or anything.
No, they got to get a judgment to do that. They can't do a damn thing until they get a judgment in front of a judge. And I wouldn't put it past them. If they call up and want to settle for $500, I'd tell them to pound sand. Don't pay them one nickel. Make them bring you to court. You get it?
Very good.
And I want you to be as aggressive with your son as I'm being with you when it comes to this. Don't let them settle for $100, because their next move is going to be to try to squeeze them for $500, and he doesn't even owe that, in my opinion.
Yes, and they've already done that. They've already lowered the number to 1,000.
Yeah, of course they have. Yeah, you let them sue them. You know what? It's a shakedown. These guys are like the mafia, in my opinion. Nancy, if you want him to call me, you tell him to call me, and I'll be hard on him like I was on you, because I don't want you guys getting ripped off by these people. I can't stand Sixth Rent-A-Car. It's a scam out there. In my opinion, it's 100% a scam.
I didn't know that about that company.
Yeah, we've gotten so many of them, and it's only them. They're the only ones that do it. Wow. And it's the whole month, 2 months. One of them, it was like 3 months later. 3 months later, there was a problem.
And then the damage on one of the calls was like right below the headlights, and they were tiny.
They could have been there. It could have been just normal wear and tear from a car driving down the road.
Yeah. And they were trying to bill
and
him.
they probably hit every customer they ever had with the same damage.
That's possible, yeah.
I always take a picture of my car before and after when I put it off, so then I've got it.
Yeah, I do too. I get video.
Yeah. Yep, that's smart.
Yeah, I think that Sixth company is somehow associated with BMW. Like, they've got expensive cars. They've got BMWs, maybe Mercedes. Yeah, but they have higher end cars.
Hold on.
I did not know that. I've never rented from them.
No.
Would you put up Fuller's number again for me? I'm ready. You want to do it right now?
Yeah.
There it is, Fuller. Put it in green.
Put up Lazera.
Lazera. 429.
I got him. I found Lazera.
Mazera's? What?
So spend a minute on that one. I usually have these.
I know.
Steel trap up here.
Show went by quick again, guys.
Coming up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it goes by fast, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I know I can.
Look, if you find yourself in a bind with the law, maybe an assault charge, shoplifting, DUI, we talked to Joseph A. Lazera during the show today. You need the right representation. Maybe you're innocent, didn't do anything. You need someone that can get in front of a jury and convince them of your innocence. Maybe you did do something wrong. You're not going to get a better deal by yourself or even with another attorney than what you're going to get with Joseph A. Lazera. He knows the judges. He knows the DA. And yes, it is a big deal. They respect him. He's going to get the best deal for you. I want you to put his number in your phone. This is the kind of guy, when you need him, you've got to have access to that. You don't want to Google somebody when you get hit with the DUI. You want to know who to call. That's Joseph A. Lazera. 303-429-6200. 303-429-6200. The other attorney I want to tell you about is John Fuller, Fuller Law. John has saved us a big headache when some lady hit us. He got involved and walked us through the entire case, got the maximum payout for us. Then he negotiated the bills with the hospital and the ER and put even more money in our pocket. You'll always deal with John. You don't want to call up the fat ass or these big attorneys that you see on the trains and all these other places. You never know who you're going to be dealing with. You want to deal with John. You want to deal with the attorney himself, John Fuller. I'm going to give you his phone number, and I'm going to say the same thing. Please, for the life of me, put this in your phone, 303-597-4500. I've hired him twice, both times maximum payout, 303-597-4500. How long am I going to have coming back, Dragon? At least a minute. All right, that's enough to give numbers out. You mean 15 seconds before the music?
You didn't do your update, did you?
No.
Okay.
We'll do it tomorrow.
We've got a great update, YouTubers, tomorrow. Kelly screwed up, forgot to tell me about the update. So we're going to deal with that. But the update, Scott called over to the Mercedes. Remember, the Mercedes one's interesting. The guy brought it over to this place, and he came on the air, which was cool. And they replaced the front headlight or the front marker light, and they had to get in the car, turn it on. They turned the wheel. Then they replaced it. They bring him in. They charge the guy the $30 to do it. Give him the keys. He goes out. It won't start. And he said they basically turned the wheel so hard that they broke it, which makes no sense. So we had some experts on, of course. But then he brought it over to Mercedes, and Mercedes fixed it. And you talk to the people, don't hit the button. You talk to the people over there at Mercedes, Scott, and figured out the whole deal, right?
Exactly.
I cannot wait to hear it tomorrow. I don't even know the answer. I don't. I have.
You'll be in suspense.
Have you told me? You haven't told me.
Yeah, I think PT's at 11:30 or something. So.
Oh, you can come in afterwards if you want to.
Yeah. Okay.
No, come in.
It's at 11:30.
I don't know if Bo's here. Doc says he's going to be here.
And then we're doing deputy
Even
dinner
with his,
tomorrow.
Tooth? Root canal?
Oh, yeah, that's a little weird, huh?
I don't envy him.
Yeah, I think my
So, Mark, where did you leave off?
11:30. It's an hour, but it's right over at that Stedman building. Right at.
She ended up calling me, the
What's that?
other realtor,
Yes.
which is a no-no.
Figured it out, so thank you.
But she
I
just
meant to tell you
said,
that.
I don't even think she's showing the people the offer. If I had to have my gut,
There was
she's
one
not
little
showing
box
the
that wasn't checked.
I came in, I basically said, they can sign it. I want 7 days. I'll put $500,000 in escrow right now. If I don't close in 10 days and there's no inspection issue, and it's a brand new property, I mean, there's nothing to look at, then they can keep the money.
It's right there.
I don't think she even, I don't even think she showed it. I basically said, I'll pay you everything up front.
Yeah. Okay. Jeez. And Barry's people think that whatever research they pull think it's not good upside over there? Because overall the market's expected to go 3.5 to 4%.
Yeah, this town is different.
Okay.
Dude, it's a town of 10,000.
Yeah. Okay.
There's nobody coming to town.
Makes you wonder why they're being so stubborn on the price, you know?
They've been up for sale for since early 2023. So,
wow.
I mean, you're talking almost 2 years.
Yeah.
And I only tapped him, 20?
Within the app.
Get out there and be heard.
To Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
All right, listen, folks, here's the deal. Ryan Herbig, give your phone number out. My screen got erased real quick. Any lending questions, this is our expert.
Yeah, 719-659-0043.
And then Frank Duran, the real estate man, thank you, both you, for being in. Thank you, Dragon, Kelly, Suzanne, Scott. Later.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino and stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. This is Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Dunray Kitchens, Baths, finished basements, windows, and doors. Ready for holiday savings? Call now and save 12%. Or enjoy great financing specials on all services for select install leads. 800-362-8370 or drhi.com. Happy holidays.
Tune into Peace to You from Peace Lutheran Church in Arvada this Sunday. Peace to You brings you encouragement and a fresh, uplifting start to your week. Peace to You comes every Sunday, right here on 630 KHOW at 7:30 a.m.
If you're looking for quality service, products, and plum crazy deals, think Plumline Services and Carrier. Whether staying warm this winter, clearing drains, or other plumbing and electrical issues, depend on Plumline's leadership and excellence in home services, together with quality brands like Carrier. Serving Castle Rock to Fort Collins, Plumline and Carrier. Turn to the experts. Service at home, servants at heart, 25 years strong, plumlineservices.com.
Matt always knew he wanted to be a doctor. That's why he makes the most of every day. To study before breakfast, to work hard, to do whatever was necessary to achieve his goal. He found an answer in the military. If you have a passion, a vision for your future in any field, todaysmilitary.com can be your path to a fulfilling career. You have a calling, we have an answer. Find your way at todaysmilitary.com.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
630 KHOW Denver. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. The House expected to take up a temporary spending bill to fund the government past the Friday deadline. President-elect Trump's advisor Elon Musk posting on social media platform X that he opposes the funding bill. ABC's Jay O'Brien says the House Speaker is pushing ahead.
Mike Johnson has always had a further right contingent of his conference that has opposed any kind of temporary government funding measure which needs to be passed by the end of this week in order to avert a government shutdown. And then Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy also coming out against this. The reality is Mike Johnson has the votes amongst Democrats most likely to get this government funding plan over the goal line.
The Federal Reserve making another quarter-point interest rate cut. Fed Chair